Good morning. It's day 2,396,000. Just kidding. It's day 23 of the Alec Murdaugh murder trial. It's start date 36/22. No, it's not. It just feels like it. Today, law nerds, today, we are hearing multiple reports from multiple outlets that Alec Murdaugh will take the stand in his own defense. We're going to talk about what that means, who the witness before him will be, how long we think cross-examination might go, if Creighton Waters has dialed back the caffeine to be ready for this defendant testifying, and more. But first, we're just going to roll the intro. We've had an adventure already this morning, but I'm ready. I'm ready. We're going to put up a poll. We're going to re-poll. We polled yesterday, and we're going to re-poll. Do you think Alec Murdaugh will actually take the stand? Let's go. We're invested now, baby. We're in the defense case. They're supposed to rest tomorrow. We might get this case to a jury next week in week 6. Yeah, double the length of this trial. But I think we'll hear the judge, because there's a bunch of admonitions that need to be given and waivers that need to be taken if the defendant testifies. So we should get a pretty good hint once the court takes the bench before they bring the jury.
Hey there, I'm Emily D. Baker, the internet's go-to legal analyst, breaking down the legal side of the pop culture and entertainment stories we can't stop talking about. I'm a big fan of the cursey words. I've been a licensed attorney for over 17 years, but this is not legal advice. This is where the law nerds unite to talk about facts, not... Let's get into it.
So let's talk about what happens when a defendant needs to testify or when a defendant chooses to testify. The defendant, Alec Murdaugh, has an absolute right against self-incrimination, which means they cannot be compelled to testify. In Depp v. Heard, there was an agreement. Do you remember the agreement? That they would not call the other side during their case. Because in a civil case, Johnny Depp's team could have been like, we called to the stand Amber Heard. Get on up there. Oh, I'm hearing them say, all rise. Judge Newman presiding. We'll see what the attorneys have. In a criminal case, you can't compel a defendant to testify. It's against their constitutional rights. If they decide to testify, they waive that Fifth Amendment right and can be asked broadly about anything. The defense doesn't want that to be the case. Oh, wrong audio. Hold on. There we go.
We're going to ask you in a minute to advise Alec Murdaugh on his
They're going to do the waivers.
rights concerning testifying.
They're going to do
Before we do that,
the waivers.
I'd like to
They're going to do the waivers.
We made motions concerning the financial crimes that were allowed in by Your Honor's ruling under 403, res gestae, and maybe 401.
And 404.
And advise the court that we would renew our motion to exclude that testimony. And now
they're going to do the waivers.
It was included.
They're going to do the waivers.
Our advice to Mr. Murdaugh,
they have to do the waivers in every trial.
Different in terms of taking the stand if that material had not been allowed under motive. But since it was allowed in under 608, we would object to it. I just want to put on the record that our advice, had that not been allowed in, our advice as to whether to take the stand or not would have been different.
This is for the media.
I want to put that on the record. I'm asking you to strike the financial information.
That's not for the court.
Perhaps we need a recess then to give him different advice about what to do. Thank you.
Yes.
It's 2:23:23.
Your Honor,
I'm ready.
obviously we've addressed this.
Oh God. That's not on our end.
With the court, but Your Honor has considered this and
not today,
and
cameras.
we've stayed within those boundaries, and I'm not aware of any reason why in this trial we change the rule. Have detail, we're just reiterating the arguments made to Your Honor before.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
The court
Oh my God, it's just long crime does not have
that the
court up yet.
so-called financial crimes and other
Oh, this feed is killing me.
other crimes and or bad
Hold on.
acts
I'll see if we can find another
determined
feed.
them to be relevant, material, and admissible.
Look at it negatively, but
Court
given
TV
the
is, or long
403,
crime is still running
404
Talking Heads.
analysis
They've not
well
switched
as
over to trial
the,
yet.
Race justice analysis. And the trial has proceeded with many witnesses
Our advice to Mr. Murdaugh.
testifying regarding
There we go.
these issues. And the court will not change course during the trial and provide any special exception to Mr. Murdaugh with regard to testimony regarding the matters that the court has already determined to be admissible. With regard to the advice of counsel, Mr. Harpootlian, you stated for the record the basis for your advice. Of course,
That's not really the matter of the court.
Yes, sir.
First of all the financial information, misdeeds are in the record,
Yep.
basically. I mean, the amounts.
Not basically, yes, they are.
Very specifically.
Y'all.
So, at this juncture, two things happen. One, he has not been convicted of anything in regard to financial crimes. So normally, they couldn't ask him about those crimes because he hadn't been, or not, they don't either, he hadn't been convicted, you got to be a crime that carries a year or more, those kinds of things. It meets none of that. So then you go to 608, and it's character evidence. And it's going to be fair game. We disagree with, there's a Fourth Circuit case that seems to restrict it a little bit, but we disagree with the process whereby he couldn't come in unless he was conviced. He
The
takes
other
the
feeds
stand,
I'm seeing
and
are
they're going to
buffering
ask
as
him
well.
extensively
It's coming from the
about
source
each and
feed.
every one of these events in an effort to,
There we
commit
go.
character assassination. This is what we warned about. You told the jury it only goes to motive.
Well, that was
and this obviously goes
inappropriate.
well beyond that and vitiates Your Honor's earlier ruling.
No, he said
or
it
at
could go to
least
character.
It gives them two grounds now to argue why it's relevant. And our advice
Y'all open the door to character.
had that information not already come out, we would be sitting here with no financial misdeeds in the record. And we believe that the jury
He's forced to testify because of the court's
jury,
ruling?
Acquitting him because they haven't proved motive. They haven't proved. There's no forensic evidence
This is
whatsoever,
for
no confession,
not just the media,
no
but for
eyewitness.
appeal.
It's all, as you say, in denying our motion for a directed verdict, it's circumstantial. This is just a naked effort of character assassination to influence the jury, that he has committed these financial misdeeds or misrepresented other things. And as a result, no matter what charge you give the jury, we're fearful that if he hasn't explained any of that, they will hold it against him. And
He's going to testify.
again, it all goes back to your original ruling to motive. I'm not sure they're arguing motive after Mr. Tindley's testimony and after Dawes Cook's testimony, both of whom said there wasn't a storm coming on Thursday.
All the feeds are glitching, y'all. Let me refresh this real quick, but all of the feeds are glitching. Not all of the feeds are already on the trial.
Likelihood would not put him on the stand or not advise him to take the stand. I just want to make that
You've
record.
just restated what you've previously put on the record and which you have argued throughout the trial, and I certainly understand and appreciate that.
And it's compounded this new problem if he takes a stand. And we think, with all due respect, and I'm not arguing what we argued a month ago, that what's going to happen is we're going to spend the next day or two or three the state going through the minute details of each one of these offenses. We've already, in my opinion, this is a Bernie Madoff trial. This isn't a murder trial. This is all about financial misdeeds.
I think this is all for the media.
No, that sounds like a good jury argument if you're the one to make the argument.
Convincing you?
Yes. It sounds like a
It's an
good jury
that you
argument.
can make to the jury. I've ruled on the issue, and I do not know what the questions that the state intends to ask.
You do,
I cannot
though.
forecast the next 3 days, as you have just done, as to every minute detail the state will seek to introduce. And all rights are preserved as to any and all
He doesn't have to
testimony and
testify.
anything that is objectionable that that you all wish to object to it. The court will rule when those objections are made.
Your Honor, I appreciate that. All we're saying is, if they have carte blanche to go into the minute details,
They do.
to talk about who the victims
They
were,
do.
and do all of that, and do that,
They do.
it's going to take a week more,
Yeah, it
especially
is.
with our objections, and then have to redirect them on that. And haven't we wasted enough time on financial matters?
Well, yes.
I'll give you an opportunity to respond if you desire.
Your Honor, again,
Well, yes, we
court
have,
ruled. I
but
don't think I need to address it any further.
Yeah, when
Smart.
a defendant takes the stand and testifies, he has no right to set forth to the jury all facts which may be favorable without exposing
himself to cross-examination.
Cross-examination.
Correct.
Whether or not
Absolutely correct.
a defendant testify is solely the right of that.
The protection
defendant.
is not to testify.
The court
That's the
makes no
protection.
recommendations, pro or con. I have no role other than advising the defendant of his rights and to ensure that he understands his rights so that he will make an informed decision with regard to testifying after consultation with counsel and anyone else he might want to testify, consult with.
Yep.
Do you wish me to engage in that colloquy at this time with
Yes.
Mr. Murdaugh?
Your Honor, I think it would be good for you to engage in that colloquy now. We have one short witness before he would testify.
John
if he
Marvin.
continues to want to testify.
All right. Mr. Murdaugh, if you'll come forward and stand in front of me.
This is done in every
and-
case, whether the defendant
Clerk, if
testifies
you
or not.
will.
Normally, they're not standing, though. That's unusual. Normally, they're not standing. This happens in every case, whether the defendant testifies or not. They're advised of their absolute right to testify.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
He's been sworn. In California, they don't swear them first.
Morning. At this time, I'm going to explain to you certain of your rights. If you do not understand anything I say, please let me know, and I will explain it in greater detail.
I hate how blurry this feed is. Why is this court feed doing this today?
Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
There we
Now,
go.
we have now reached the stage of the trial in which you are presenting your defense. And you have the right to claim the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution of the United States. This amendment states in part that no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to
Hang
be a
on. We'll talk
witness
about it.
against himself.
We'll talk about it.
And this means that you cannot be required to testify. You do, however, have the right to testify on your own behalf. However, no one can make you testify. Whether or not you testify is a personal right, and no one can waive this right except you. If you decide to testify, you will be subject to the same rules that govern other witnesses, and you may be examined and cross-examined on any relevant issue in this case. If you decide to testify, the decision on your part must be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made with knowledge of the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment and the consequences
This is the same
of your
colloquy in most
decision
places in the
to
country.
testify. As I understand it, you have no convictions involving dishonesty or false statements or for any crimes punishable by more than 1 year imprisonment. But as it relates to any other relevant issue as determined by the court, you may be examined or cross-examined on any relevant
Yep.
issue. Do you understand?
I do, yes, sir.
If you decide not to testify, I will instruct the jurors that they cannot give the fact that you did not testify
Against you.
any consideration whatsoever, and that there is to be absolutely no prejudice to you because you did not testify. It is left entirely up to you whether or not
Not
you
the lawyers.
testify.
It's up to him.
You may talk with your attorneys, Mr. Harpootlian, Mr. Griffin, Mr. Barber, Ms. Fox, family, friends, or anyone else, but the final decision will be left entirely
packed
up
court is.
to you. Do you understand what I've explained?
Yes, sir, I do.
Do you have any questions whatsoever as to what I've explained?
No, sir, thank you.
Yes, sir. And you've talked with your lawyers about whether or not you've testified. Mr. Harpootlian just suggested advice he's given to you. The court has no comment whatsoever as to whether you should or should not testify.
You get to
But
choose.
do you wish to confer with lawyers some more about whether or
Oh,
not you
or are
should
you going to just
testify?
tell us?
No, sir, I don't need to talk to them anymore.
Have you made a decision as to whether you're going to testify?
Yes, sir,
And
All right, and what is your decision?
I am going to testify. I want to testify.
there it is.
All right, very well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
There it is.
Your Honor, we'll have one short witness before Mr. Murdaugh.
Very well.
He's just told the court the defendant is testifying today. He waived his right. He's been sworn in. There's one short witness, and he will testify today. If there's anyone you're watching this trial with, now is the time to share this feed out. The defendant has said, or the defense attorney has said, that
If you will bring the jury.
the jury's going to be here for it today. Bring the jury. The defense argued essentially that the court forced their hand and stated they think there will be days of cross-examination. Alec Murdaugh is going to testify in his own defense. This could be a colossal mistake, but again, the defense argued that his hand was forced by the court allowing in the financial crimes, and that if he didn't explain those things, that this jury would convict him based on those things. That is a very real concern for the defense. They're not wrong. They are not wrong about that. We will see who testifies next. The defendant's cross-examination is wide open spaces, and we're probably going to have him on the stand till at least the end of the day tomorrow. So this is going to end up being the testimony that matters most. He has to explain why he's at the kennels and why he didn't say he was there and why he doubled down on it. He did not know that video was being taken. What's he going to do? I don't know. It is rare that we see a criminal defendant in a non-self-defense case taking the stand. It is generally a very bad idea. But I think we're
Thank
going
you.
to
Good
hear from
morning.
John Marvin.
Day number 23. The defense's case, you may call your next witness.
I think it's going to be John Marvin.
The defense calls Nolan Tuten.
No, they're recalling Nolan Tuten. Why didn't you just ask Nolan Tuten when he testified for the state? Has he changed his mind? Did Nolan Tuten not already testify? Didn't Nolan Tuten testify? Have I lost my mind? I am so tired. All right, they're calling Nolan Tuten.
Raise your right. Do you
Did they
swear
call
or
the other
affirm that
Tuten?
The testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You'll come to the witness stand and have a seat, please.
Jennifer said, can he plead the fifth? No, he has waived his Fifth Amendment. Did they call Nathan Tuten? This is the brother? All right.
Nolan Tuten.
too many Tutens.
Tuten.
All right.
Morning.
Morning.
The other Tuten
Would you please tell the
testified.
jury a little bit about yourself?
I grew up in Hampton County. Grew up around Paul and Maggie. I went to school at Wade Hampton. Played sports with Buster growing up, and just we're lifelong friends.
All right. His brother
do?
testified.
I work in the timber business.
Okay. And do you know Alex?
I do.
Okay, and how long have you known Alex for?
Pretty much my whole life.
Did you spend a lot of time with Alex and his family?
Yes,
did.
the defendant can still change his mind.
And how would you describe your relationship with
I got to
Paul?
go change my thumbnail.
He was one of my best friends. I mean, considered him like a little brother to me. We were really close.
How about tell the jury a little bit about Paul?
Paul's one of those guys that would, I mean, you could call him at the drop of the hat and he would come. I mean, he was, there for you always. He would call you nonstop all throughout the day, every day. And, I mean, he would do
Seems like everybody uses their
whatever he
phone a
could
lot.
for you, whenever he could for you, and
How often did you talk to Paul?
every day.
Every day. How often did you see him?
A couple times a week, most weeks.
And when you saw him, where would y'all be?
I mean, it depended. He would come to my house. I would go to Moselle. You know, I would see him on the boat. I mean, we would just go hunt together, fish together, just do whatever we really felt like doing.
Okay. And other than hunting and fishing, what else did you guys do together?
We hung around Moselle. We farmed at Moselle. You know, just whatever we felt like doing, really.
And when you were with Paul
I'd like to get back
outside
to doing
these
whatever I feel like
activities, did
doing,
he
but
have his
this
phone
trial
with him
has
normally?
taken
Most times, yeah.
7 years
Okay.
of my
And
life.
did he ever put it down?
He did sometimes, not a whole lot. I mean, it was either in his hand or in his pocket, but if he had something in his hand, he would, you know, set it down either in the truck or somewhere close to him. I mean, it would be within reaching distance.
Okay. What was your impression from the time you spent with the family as to how they got along?
I mean, they all had a really good relationship, I felt like. I mean, when I was around, there was always kind of laughing and, you know, a good relationship, good family relationship.
Did you have a nickname for Alex?
Big Red.
Okay.
I think everybody called him Big
and
Red.
how would you describe the relationship between Paul and Alex?
They had a really good relationship.
Would you say that Alex was patient with Paul?
He was.
Now, you mentioned that you guys hunted together. Are you familiar with the types of guns that Paul had?
I was.
Okay. And did he ever use a 300 Blackout?
He did.
Okay. And what's your understanding of where he got that?
Buster and
From
Paul
his dad
got
for Christmas?
2 for Christmas one year. One, Buster had a black one, Paul had a tan one, and they were at Moselle, and then Paul's went missing or, you know, got stolen, whatever happened to it, and then there was just the black one at Moselle that we used more or less.
Okay. When you were at Moselle, what did you do with Paul?
Rode around, you know, played around at the house, messed around at the sheds. You know, we would
I'm grabbing your questions
go
for when we
ride
have a
the
break.
buggies, ride in a truck, you know, go fish, go hunt, go farm.
When you rode around at Moselle, what vehicles would you ride in?
It really depended, honestly, what was closest to get into from the house. It was, you know, sometimes my truck, sometimes Paul's truck, sometimes golf cart, Ranger, whatever we felt like riding in.
Okay. Did you ever ride in the black Ford F-150?
I did.
Okay. And are you familiar with where the kennels are located?
Yes.
At Moselle? Okay. And if you and Paul were at the house, would you guys typically walk to the kennels or would you drive down there?
We would never walk. We would drive or ride something.
Okay. And were there ever
Fair enough.
times where you noticed Paul with guns in his trucks on Moselle?
All the time.
Did he have the 300 Blackout with him in his
Paul
truck?
has guns in
A
his
lot of
trucks.
times, yes.
We know.
And were there ever guns left in the shed by the dog kennels?
They were sometimes, not a whole lot, but there were, you know, sometimes left there and then picked up later.
Okay. What about the hangar?
That's consistent with what
same.
everyone else has said.
Now, Maggie. Tell me about Maggie.
She was she's a very sweet woman. She would, you know, do whatever. She treated me like I was one of her own. She was just really, really sweet woman.
And would she go down to the dog kennels?
She would.
Okay. And how would she get there?
It just depended really. She would drive her car sometimes. She would walk sometimes. She would ride her bicycle. She would ride a Ranger, a golf cart. It, you know,
What is a Ranger?
however she felt like getting down there.
Okay. Let's go to the day of June 7th.
So,
Walk me through that day.
that morning I got up and I talked to Paul either over the weekend or Friday or one of those days when we had talked about CB had sprayed the sunflowers. And so I'd gone out to Moselle that morning and rode by the sunflowers to see if
thanks,
they
all.
were actually dead yet or not. And I
Polaris,
noticed that they were
okay.
dead. So then, you know, Paul and I talked, I don't know, around 10 or 11 that morning and about kind of coming up with a plan about how to get them plowed up under and replanted. So then I went to work and stayed at work all day pretty much. We were supposed to go out that afternoon and start plowing the sunflowers under.
So
And I
Paul
got
was gonna be at
stuck
Moselle
work late
to deal with the
and
sunflowers.
talked to Paul throughout the day, and I wasn't gonna make it that night. And then, so I went home after work, and then, I got the call around 10:30 or so, 11, sometime around there, and came back to Moselle, and, you know, everything had happened.
When you talked to Paul that morning,
The
what, if
sunflowers
any,
are
understanding
apparently
did you have
critical.
as to where he was?
He was in Okatee. He was working for John Marvin at the time.
Okay, and then you guys made plans to meet at Moselle that
That's
afternoon?
right, yes.
Okay.
Then why weren't you at Moselle?
When you called him on the way home, what, if any, understanding did you have as to where he was?
When I talked to him on the way home, he was driving from Okatee to Moselle when I spoke to him.
Then why weren't you there?
Where were you when you got the news about Maggie and Paul?
I was
Uh-uh.
at home.
Why didn't you go to
Did
Moselle?
you go to Moselle?
I did.
Okay. Did you see Alex?
I did.
How would you describe him?
He was pretty distraught. He was, when I got there, he and I saw each other, and we both kind of walked towards each other, and he gave me a hug and just started crying, and told me they were gone.
That maybe I'll have begged the court's indulgence.
No. We missed a whole big part between I was supposed to meet Paul at Moselle and he wasn't at Moselle. What happened in between there? I want the answer. I just want the answer to that. That's all. Chat, you nervous? You nervous about what's going to happen next? Y'all
Your
feeling a little
plans to meet
like
up with Paul on
nerve-sighted?
June 7th.
Right.
Was that plan to address the issue you had seen in the with sunflowers?
That's right.
Okay, no further questions.
There is no point of this witness.
By state.
I think the point was Paul was planning on being at Moselle.
Nolan, good morning. How are you?
Good. How about you?
Doing well. Nolan, we've met a bunch
that's
of times,
possible.
right?
Yes.
Prior to trial, we've met
It's very possible. I was
Colleton,
talking.
we've met elsewhere. We've had quite a few conversations, is that fair to say?
We have.
And you've had a lot of conversations with law enforcement also.
I
They were
have.
sometimes there at the meetings.
Yes.
You were as close a friend as Paul as there could be. Is that fair to say?
I feel like that, yes.
And I just want you to say again, he was the kind of guy that if you needed something in the middle of the night, you could call him.
Yes.
Was he going to be there for
He
you?
was going to come.
Flat tire side of the road, Paul's there for you.
He was there.
Sounds like everybody's got flat tires around here.
You also, I think, and Maggie, I think you referred to her as a second mom to
I
you.
did.
Kind of, they adopted you into the family. You were treated like one of the group. Is that fair to say?
That's right.
And what year did you graduate high school?
2014.
And
Why
what
does-
year was Paul at Wade Hampton?
Any of this matter?
He didn't go to Wade Hampton.
Oh, what year was he graduating high school? Sorry.
I want to say 17, maybe 17 or 18.
So you were a little older than Paul.
That's right. He was the same age as my younger brother, Nate.
And your younger brother, I know we already heard, we saw, it's Nathan too,
That's
right?
right, yes.
And he testified previously in
It's
this
a fair
trial.
point
That's
on the
right.
tires. I've replaced more tires living in
So
Tennessee than I ever did living in California.
Years in high school would actually align with
Buster's.
More Buster's, and Paul was a little younger.
That's right.
I think you mentioned that Paul was an avid cell phone user. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
He used it all the time,
Yep.
which may be part of the reason why he was so responsive when you needed something, because he always was there to answer the call or respond to a text. Is that
That's
fair
right.
to say?
Yep.
Good use of this witness for them. It's fair.
Do you consider yourself someone that has a fair amount of knowledge about firearms?
I feel like it, yes.
Are you an avid hunter?
I am.
And you've had a lot of experience with firearms yourself,
I have.
and a lot of experience with the family's firearms?
Yes, sir.
Gain kind of a knowledge of what people tend to use or favor?
Yes, sir.
And is it fair to say that, well, first, before we go there, let's talk about the 300 blackout. Paul's 300 blackout, I think you just testified to that they received as a Christmas gift.
Right.
Now, Buster's, when they received it, Buster's 300 blackout was what color?
It was black.
And Paul's 300 blackout was what color?
It was like a sand color.
Okay. And you hanging out with Paul, and I'm going to talk about somewhere in like 2017, 2018. Did you go to a Halloween party with Paul?
We did.
Did you actually ride with him?
From my recollection, yes.
And it wasn't uncommon for Paul to have his kind of favorite guns in the car with him. Is that fair to say?
That's fair.
And on this occasion, when you went to this party, did Paul have that 300, his tan 300 Blackout with him?
He did.
But this is back in like 2017, 2018.
It was a while ago, yes, sir.
Before COVID.
That's right.
It's the new designation, before
That's right.
COVID, after COVID. And tell us what happened. What happened that night?
We were at a Halloween party, and
This is
we had
the
been
gun
around
getting stolen
Moselle
or
most of the day, and
lost or whatever.
we left, and then later on,
Good morning, Runkle.
the gun was gone.
too early
It was
for us.
missing. Whether, whatever happened to it, we no longer had it.
So it was there before you went to the party, and then y'all come back and it's out of the car.
That's right.
Now this was a really nice.
Oh, no, that would be a bad
rifle,
idea,
right?
Maggie.
It was.
It was a fairly expensive rifle, and the scope on it is a very expensive scope.
That's right.
I think Alec will be the defense's
So it
last
wasn't like
witness.
it was misplaced. It was.
If
Do you
he's
believe
called
it was
next.
stolen?
I believe so, yes.
Y'all, I can't switch
And
feeds
then
yet. We
going
had
to
feed
guns,
issues this
did
morning.
Paul have a
I'll switch
shotgun
feeds
that
in a
he
minute in
He did.
between witnesses.
Was it the? And have you paid attention to any of the trial?
I've watched some, yes.
And is it, without going ahead and rooting through the guns, is it that camo in color Benelli
He almost
Super
said
Eagle
root and
3
tootin'.
that the state has in evidence?
That's right.
He wanted to say
that's
root and
Paul's
tootin'.
shotgun?
That was the one he favored the most, yes.
This is the weirdest shit ever. You already
And
watched
then,
this on TV, right? Yeah.
Did Paul also
The gun we
have
showed
a 300
earlier.
blackout on him at all times?
Yeah.
He did. Most
So
times.
what did Paul do after his rifle was stolen? What did he use then?
When his rifle was stolen, he more or less took Buster's as his own. So
He started using Buster's. Is that because Buster really didn't use that very much?
Buster was in school, either in Wofford or in Columbia. So Buster came to Moselle a fair amount, but Paul was there more, and so Paul just used it as his own.
Me with my brother's sweatshirt growing up my
And then
whole life.
Buster had a shotgun he'd favor. I think we'd already heard about it, but is it a Benelli Super Black Eagle Model 2?
That's right.
And do you know the differences between the Super Black Eagle models?
I do.
And I think your brother already testified to that, but there's markings on the shotguns that you can look at and tell if you know what you're looking for.
That's right.
And then I believe Alex favored a Super Black Eagle Model 1.
That's right. He
So-
either shot the 1 or the 2.
So we have 1, 2,
Karen,
and 3
thank you.
models.
Right.
For the
I'm
same
wearing my fax shirt
Benelli
today.
Super Black Eagle, but models 1, 2, and 3.
That's right.
And those are all 12 gauges typically that was used
That's
as a
right.
kind of general use.
Law nerds
I
are
think
preparing.
You also mentioned that
They're
about
getting ready
guns
for
being
Alex's
left down at
testimony.
the kennel area. You said it was occasional. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
They weren't stored down there, right?
That's right.
Permanently. Nothing was stored down there.
No, nothing was stored down there.
And it was usually, if guns were left, would it be
answer
mostly
the
in just the
questions.
hunting seasons?
That's right.
Okay.
It would either be during, the hunting seasons, or, if Paul was cleaning out his truck, he would.
And when are the hunting seasons for like deer and duck and turkey? When are those hunting seasons?
Deer season is typically in the fall, sometime August to January. Duck season is, around Thanksgiving to the end of January, and turkey season is March 22nd to May 1st, somewhere around there.
Were you, and you've spent a lot of time at Moselle, I think you already
have.
talked about that. Were you around before the, how many entrances and exits are there at Moselle, the
There are
property?
2.
Were you around before, when there was only one entrance and
was.
exit? So when there was only one entrance and exit, the main entrance and exit, where was that one?
That was by the kennels.
Okay. And is that actually where the mailbox is?
That's right.
And I think packages are sent that way.
They would typically go to the shed, to the hangar.
And then at some point in the future, a second exit was created where some brickwork was done, sort of leading from the house.
That's right.
Is that accurate as well?
That is.
You all spent a lot of time at the kennel area, kind of the hangar kennel area.
We did.
It's kind of a good collection point for whatever y'all were doing, whether it was working on the heavy equipment there or hunting and getting ready for things. Is that
That's correct.
a fair thing to say? It's a good collection point
Yes,
for
sir.
y'all? And I think out there's also a processing shed for if
There
you
is.
killed
Save us.
anything.
Yes, sir.
And if you
We're
all
on
are
cross
down
right
there
now
and, you know,
Nolan
say,
Tuten, not
say
Nathan
Maggie or Alex were at the house and they, you know, obviously knew you were down there, would they tend to come drop by before they would leave just to see if y'all needed anything?
More often than not.
Is he just
no.
buying time so they can work on their cross for Alec? Why are we asking all these questions? The jury doesn't know Alec's going to testify, by the way. They weren't in the room when that decision was made. They weren't there when the colloquy happened.
And
So-
knowing Paul as well as you do, is it, and we've heard a lot about him, is it fair to say that he had a lifestyle that was just fairly unpredictable?
Absolutely.
I mean, he was traveling the state, whether it was Columbia, Charleston, the Low Country, wherever. He was everywhere, right?
That's correct.
And he actually kept clothes in many different places just for that reason, because he was such a traveler.
He did.
So you talk to him almost every day, right?
That's right.
But for those that maybe weren't so close to him, it would be fairly hard to even know where he was going to be on any given day,
That's right.
unless you kept in frequent contact with him, right?
That's fair to say.
He was
That's
everywhere.
Good questioning.
Any given day during the week, who knows where he could be.
So nobody can
Fair to
really
say?
hunt Paul down at Moselle because you never know where Paul's going to be unless it's someone close to the family. That's the best question on cross.
All
Just
right,
stop now.
so I'm going to talk to you about June 7th, 2020. And that's
Paul
a
was
day,
unpredictable. Nobody
that's
knew
the
where
day
he
you
was going
lost,
to be.
your best friend.
That's right.
And that's a tough day for you, is that right?
It is.
You talked to Paul that day on the phone
I did.
in the morning and afternoon times. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And I know you just testified to it, but walk me through again, if you wouldn't mind. I believe y'all were
Why?
talking about the sunflowers. They died.
We were.
We know
And
that. That's been proven.
you often helped out on the farm. Is that also fair to say?
I did, yes.
Meaning farm-related stuff, tilling the ground and planting seeds and all that stuff.
That's right.
You were pretty active in the maintaining of the duck ponds and the corn fields for the hunting purposes too, right?
That's right.
So if Paul needed something, he'd call on you.
That's right.
He'd call on you to help out.
Yes.
And is that what happened on leading up to and on
Here's
June
a good
7th?
question.
Yes, it was.
The good
he
questions
knew
about Paul
that I
being
was
unpredictable.
riding by, 'cause
I hope they'll tie back
typically
together.
when you spray something, it takes a couple days before it actually takes effect. So it happened, CB sprayed them, I want to say Thursday or Friday. So we really couldn't
That's
get a good idea
circumstantial.
of what was actually done, the harm that was actually done, until a few days later. And I was going to be riding by Moselle that morning to go to work. So I just swung in there to check on them and see what it was, where we could come up with a game plan on what to do.
And you had pretty free use of the property, meaning you could show up and come and go as you please. That wasn't weird, right?
That's right.
So the fact that you went there that morning to check on stuff, that's actually pretty normal
That's right.
for you? Okay. And so you show up on that morning and check the sunflowers and they're dying. Is
Right.
that right?
Yes, sir.
So the decision was made that y'all would have to, and why do you need sunflowers? What's the purpose of those?
They attract doves. We plant them.
They lure the doves with the
kinda
sunflowers.
Corn, sunflowers in the dove field, to have dove hunts.
So it's important for hunting purposes, it's important to maintain a dove field. You call it the dove field
That's
or
right.
the sunflower field.
Yeah, it's a good attractant.
So the decision made then to till the field and replant the sunflowers.
That's correct.
It wasn't too late in the year, in the season. You could still get some good growth out
That's
of it.
right.
And this is something you're pretty familiar with and you've done a number of times before with Paul.
Yes, sir.
All right. So what do you relay to Paul then?
I talked to Paul, told him that they were in fact dying and we had to restart. So he and I had talked about coming up with a game plan, meeting up that afternoon at Moselle to go ahead and get the tractor hooked up and begin plowing them under.
And ultimately, you weren't able to make it that day. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
Okay. What did you have going on?
I got hung up at work around the Columbia area.
So the plan then became we're just gonna do it later,
That's
right?
right.
We'll do it sometime later in the week.
Yes.
Now, leading up to these events, you received a Snapchat from Paul around 7 p.m., is that right?
Sometime around there, yes.
Sometime in the evening time.
That's right.
And tell us what that Snapchat's like a video image that someone can send you?
That's correct, yes.
And
We've heard
tell us
plenty
about
of
what that Snapchat was.
testimony on
It
what
was
the
a
fuck
video of
Snapchat is.
the
Good Lord.
John Deere Highboy sprayer. One of the cylinders on the back to spread the boom to spray was leaking pretty bad, so he was sending me a video to show me how bad it was leaking.
Okay. And a tiller is a piece of farm equipment? Is that correct?
What is it?
Sorry?
Repeat your question.
You said a tiller? Is that
The Highboy.
Highboy, is that a piece of farm equipment?
It is.
And is that the thing you would use then to plow the fields?
That's what we would use to spray.
Spray, sorry, thank you.
He's just a
Okay, and
city
it was
guy.
leaking some sort of fluid, meaning
He doesn't know what the boom arm is
That's right.
on the high boy.
Now you've
No, he's not
in
talking
all
about
the
Cute
times we've
Boys in a
met,
Dave Matthews
number of
concert.
times,
It's not what he's talking about.
Did you have a chance to listen to what we call it, kind of the kennel video?
I did.
And did you, when listening to it, did you identify the voices on that
A
video?
lot of law
did.
enforcement
Having
today.
known the family, what voices did you hear on that video when you
Paul,
heard it?
Miss Maggie in it, Mr. Elliott.
I don't know
All right, down
what
at
the
the kennel
microphones
area
are picking
too.
up.
If you're down there at
there
nighttime, I
is
assume you've been down there
snarfling.
around the nighttime, the hangar kennel area.
I don't know where the snarfling is coming from, but I heard it too.
It's actually pretty fairly well lit area if the lights are all turned on. Is that
That's
true?
correct.
So not only is there the hangar lights inside the hangar, but then there's lights on the outside of the hangar as well.
That's right.
Is that true?
Yes.
And is it true then also that the kennels have lights, both fan lights and overhead lights?
That's correct.
So if you're down there in the middle of the night, even though there may not be any, street lighting or anything like that, the kennel area and the hangar are all brightly lit with like fluorescent lighting.
Yes, sir.
And would you be able to see the lighting if you were at the Moselle house? Would you be able to look down if it's nighttime? Would you be able to look
Guess
down
what?
and see the well lit area?
You could, yes.
The defendant's going to testify. Yeah. Are you going to watch it? Oh,
All
you're
right, so
totally
we're
not gonna watch
on June 7th. What's the last
Thanks, Pete.
communication you have with Paul?
That phone call.
And
Phone
you
call
go to
and
bed.
Snapchat.
Sorry, go ahead.
The phone call and the Snapchat.
And you then go to bed that night thinking it's just any other night. Is that right?
That's correct.
And I think you testified to it, but you were woken up at what time?
It was around 10:30. Between 10:30 and 11.
I want to answer that.
My mom had called me, and she had heard something had happened at Moselle, so I tried to call Paul and text Paul and didn't get a response, so I got in the truck and rode over there as fast as I could.
Marquia, the jury
And
deliberates
at the
amongst
time, were you
themselves,
living,
but the attorneys have to
fairly close
argue
by?
I was living
to tie it together.
I was living closer to Alameda. It was probably a 20 to 25-minute drive to Moselle.
When you arrived at the scene, what entrance did you go to initially?
Initially, I was coming down Moselle Road, and I noticed all the first responders over towards the kennel area, and so I pulled in there, and they wouldn't let me in. So then I backed up and came in through the brick columns and made my way around.
And
Law
when you
nerds,
arrived,
you're
what-
on
what
jury
did you-
duty today. I'll
what did you
happily
observe?
send a note. I don't know if
When I
it'll be
got there,
accepted, but
there
I'll
were,
happily send a note.
A lot of first responders out, and I could see two bodies laying, one by the corner of the shed and one by the feed room door, and they had sheets over them.
And by the time you arrived, law enforcement had already cordoned off the area,
They had.
but you could, where the tractor equipment was housed, you could kind of stand around back there.
That's correct.
And even though it's set further back, you could still see sort of the scene.
Yes.
He looks like he's about to
Who
barf.
was there with you when you arrived?
When I arrived, it was myself, Alec, Randy, Ronnie Crosby,
Lawyers,
Murdaugh,
all the lawyers.
and I think that's it at the time. People started coming when I got there. A lot of people started coming, showing up.
And I know you testified to it, and it's obviously understandable, but everyone's pretty upset, right?
Yes,
Yeah, counsel, everyone's pretty upset. Pretty upset.
And when you did you have a chance then to interact with Alex?
I did.
And is he here today?
He is.
Is he sitting at council table right there in between his lawyers?
He is.
And I think you said you hugged. Is that right?
We did.
And what thing did he repeat to you twice?
The boat wreck. The boat wreck. The boat wreck.
That's the thing he said to you.
That's right.
And did he also ask you to get in touch with Rogan?
He did.
And you know Rogan Gibson.
I do.
Friends with him as well.
Yes, sir.
So the two things he says to you there is, two of the things he says is the boat wreck. I think he said the effing boat wreck. Is that right?
He did.
And
Can we just say fuck in court?
Get in
It's
touch
fine.
with
Just
Rogan.
say it.
Yeah, it was a little while later, but yes, he asked me to call Rogan.
okay.
It was a good point made in Super Chat that Paul's location could have been determined by Snapchat. It's not clear to me if his Snapchat was available for everyone or just his friends. So, we'll see. No further questions. Redirect. Really? We need a brief redirect on that? All right.
You mentioned that Paul would clean his cars out down by the kennel area,
Right.
his trucks. Are you aware that he took his truck in to be serviced
I
that
was,
Friday?
yes.
Okay. And he cleaned that out before he went?
Yes.
And if you're at the house in Moselle,
Oh, they've cursed in this courtroom
can you see
multiple
in
times
detail
already.
at night what's happening at the kennels?
You could just see the lights.
And generally
you
in
could
court,
tell
you
that the
repeat
lights were on. and
exactly
you
what
could see the
somebody
roof,
says, if
but
that's
really about
accurately
all
what
you
they
could
Just
see.
the roof and just the lights?
That's right. You
Okay.
could you noticed something was down there, but you weren't really able to tell exactly what it was.
Okay, and going back to June 7th, you went out there in the morning for the Dove Field.
That's right.
Okay, and did you see the black Ford F-50 up at the house?
I did.
And they're pointing guns at people. That should be it. I don't think there's anything else.
Thank you, no further questions.
Yep,
Thank you.
no further questions.
Well, thank you. You may step down.
You may call your next witness. You may call your next witness.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have you go to the jury room for a short break. Please do not discuss the case.
So they are going to confirm with the defendant that he's testifying. So the jury is being excused, and they're going to confirm that he is the next witness called. All right, you guys. This is the final moment. The moment is here. He will be on the stand when they come back out, if he testifies. I will answer questions if they take a short break. Creighton looks way
Everyone
shorter
be seated.
than Alec. And they're all standing up there together. It's probably perspective and depth, but
Mr. Harpooling, do you need any additional time to confer with Mr. Murdaugh?
Alec just said, I don't need to talk to you.
He indicates he doesn't need to talk to me. That hurts my feelings, but we don't need
It is a
any
murder
break.
trial,
However, Your Honor,
Dick.
he does need to visit the restroom before we start this process.
All right, we'll take a recess about 10 minutes.
I heard it on the mic. I don't need to talk to you. The court is in recess for 10 minutes. When we resume, the defendant will be testifying. I will make sure that we can switch some feeds. The feed this morning was rough, but no other feed was live yet this morning for that bit. And that is one of the frustrating things. We're going to work on getting our own feeds because there was still programming going on most of the other channels when the court first started talking to the attorneys. So he needs to use the restroom. He's like, I don't need to talk to you. The defendant gets to choose. So if he chooses to testify, there is nothing his attorneys can do to stop it, no matter how much they would like to stop it. And I imagine that there are times when his attorneys are like, please stop it. Okay, where did my feed just go? It just disappeared. All right, let us go. We're going to answer some questions. We're going to speed run them as much as we can. I just saw another question. How much time do you think he is facing in the financial crimes? He's facing life in the financial crimes. I've said it since the beginning. The prosecution did not need to rush this prosecution. They did not need to bring this when they did. There is not a statute of limitations with regard to murder that they're dealing with that they needed to really be concerned about. The prosecution could have brought this case 3 years from now or never, and he was still facing life, and he was still in custody on $7 million bond. So, do you think Alec is mad at his attorneys? I don't know. I think he thinks he can do it better. A lot of clients do. Do you think his team advises him against testifying? That's an interesting question. I think they ran all the scenarios, and I think they're blaming the court. And we heard that this morning. We heard Dick saying, if you hadn't let in all this 404, we would be advising him differently. So I think they might have said, you need to. But I think even if they didn't bring in the financial stuff, they were going to bring in the Snapchat video. And I still think that for a lot of you, the Snapchat video and him saying he wasn't there are still some of the big points. So, question, why does the prosecution care so much that Alec wanted to contact Rogan? Because Rogan is the one that kept calling Paul's cell phone. So there's an argument I think that they will make that he kept seeing Rogan's name and number, and he wanted to know what Rogan knew and wanted to know if Rogan had heard him on the phone and wanted to know what Rogan knew about the night. I think that's what the prosecution's going to argue. The defense is going to argue this was one of his kids' best friend and Rogan lives right around the way. So he wanted to just have Rogan come in because Rogan just lives right around Moselle. All right, let's speed run some questions while we are on break. We're going to swoopy doop.
Also, I think I just need to say, law nerds, it's happening. It's happening. The defendant's testifying.
It's all happening. All right, I'm going to try to just get to questions. I will be pulling up comments on the screen, but I'm going to try to just get to questions, except for Donna Lee's happy birthday wishes. Happy 49th birthday. I'm glad you're spending it with the law nerds. Today is the day. Today is the day. What is happening? Kelly B said, re-listen to Miss Mixon's testimony. She said she worked from 8 to 3 every day, but called Alec at 4, stating his mom was distressed. Do you find this discrepancy significant? It seemed that she never told the prosecution that she called Alec because his mom was distressed, and I find that discrepancy a bit more powerful. But once the defendant testifies, a lot of those discrepancies won't matter because the jury is going to decide based on him. Here's the thing. The defendant, if they already think he's guilty, the confirmation bias is real. I don't know what he can say. We'll find out together. That's going to change that. Did he not do a confessed judgment on one of the financial crimes? He did, and I think he's confessed in video interviews and audio that a lot of those funds weren't legitimate funds, but he has not confessed to all of them. Isn't the financial stress literally the motive? The prosecution keeps wavering, but yes, the financial stress is one of the motives. What's with him being flanked by Poots and Jim? I don't know. They were just with him. He'll test and blame theft and fraud on a fake addiction. He might. What a day to finally be watching live. Becky, you picked the right day. I thought he'd already pled guilty to fraud. No, he has not. He has not pled to any of the crimes. He admitted the theft from Gloria Satterfield in the civil case and did a confession and judgment in that case, but has not taken a plea in any of the financial cases. This is the first case to go to trial. This is the first case to kind of move forward this way. As the prosecution, Emily, what would you ask Alec on cross? I would go through every single thing, but it really depends on what he says. I would go through the financial crimes. I would go through the lying. But you have to also be dynamic and respond to his direct. They don't know what he's going to say. And I would make sure I had the transcripts of all of his interviews he's ever given to police. And I would confront him on all of that. There are times when a "we don't believe you" quick cross can be better. I don't think that's going to happen with this prosecution team. They have been waiting to confront this man, and for better or for worse, that's what's going to happen in this courtroom today and probably tomorrow. Can his deciding to testify be used in an appeal? No, it's his decision. They can mention it, but it's not grounds. It's not grounds for appeal. It's his decision. The court advised him, this is your decision. Your decision. Stephanie said, so based on the judge's instruction, if he had been convicted of the financial crimes, he wouldn't be able to. Is Creighton playing 3D chess after all? No, if he had been convicted of the financial crimes, it wouldn't even be a question that he would be able to be cross-examined on them. But here's the thing. The defendant waives his Fifth Amendment. Most witnesses, like in a civil case, if you're testifying and they try to ask about something ancillary, you can plead the Fifth. If you're a witness, you can plead the Fifth to parts of your testimony. The defendant waives the Fifth in its entirety to get up on the stand and testify. And you heard the judge explain it. It's because a defendant can't get up and just say their side and then refuse to be cross-examined on it. We have an adversarial system that finds the truth through a jury that decides the facts. The witness testimony, the exhibits, all the rest of it are presented to the jury and they determine what the facts are. But both sides get to probe at witness testimony, exhibits, and the rest of it to allow the jury to determine what is the truth, what are the facts, what in fact happened. And you can't let somebody get on the stand and just say what they want to say and then never be questioned about it, ever. So that is why it is a complete waiver of the Fifth. Do you think he ran dry of people coming to his defense? No, I think this is a lot of hubris here. I think there's a lot of, I think I can talk my way out of it. And we've been forced. He's been forced. They brought in all these financial crimes and he's been forced to testify. Chantal, super late. He's testifying. Yep, sure is. That's happening. That's happening. Couldn't the court limit each side's time like Depp v. Heard? Not in a criminal case. It takes as long as it takes. The state has a burden. The defendant has the right to put on a defense. They can agree to the time for cross-examination. No, not that. They can agree to the time for closing statements, closing arguments, opening statements, things like that. But no, the court can't limit the time like in a civil case. They just cannot. The court can start writing the attorneys if they're being cumulative and why they're going over their estimate so far. If you got a 6-week trial, you got to tell the court it's a 6-week trial. You don't tell them it's a 3rd-week trial and like whoopsie doodle it into 6 weeks. Can what Alex says be used against him in other trials? Yep. These are other statements. Yep. How bad is the prosecution scrambling to get ready? Oh, they're prepared. I mean, as prepared as they are for anything in this case, they knew this was a possibility, or they should have known this was a possibility. And the chat goes wild. Will my opinion change? And that's what we're going to ask at the end. Has your opinion on this case changed? Whether you're still in the I have questions camp, whether you're in the I think he was involved, but I don't think he pulled the trigger camp, whether you're in the I don't care if he did it or not, the state hasn't proven their case camp. It'll be interesting to see if this pushes what you believe. And while the court's on break, we're going to answer just a few more questions until they come back. Can he plead the Fifth when asked about the financial crimes? No. He waives the Fifth to take the stand, and it is all fair game because the judges ruled it's all related. If he was testifying in a murder case and if those crimes are unrelated, then it's different. But these crimes are related, and the court has said that they are related. The court has said that they are fair game. So no, when he pleads the Fifth, that is what it is. Can we chat about other cases in here? Mark Newman, we focus on the case we're covering at the time when we're covering the case. So we tend to stay on topic. We always stay on topic. We always stay on topic with the case that we're covering. So this case has 17,000 cases connected to it. So I'm sure there's room for a topic of conversation in that, but we do have a pretty focused chat. When we do other things, it's a little bit different. Question, AM phone pinging a location or anything while at the kennels or nothing. Was AM's phone pinging? AM's phone was silent during the hour when the prosecution argues the murders were committed. So he says he was napping. Why do I have a feeling this will be theatrics? I don't know. It might be theatrics. People like this think they're smarter than everyone and want to talk. We have seen that when he was in the third police interview. We saw Corey Fleming trying to be like, I don't think you should answer that. He said, I'm okay. But we've also seen him get real testy with law enforcement. I think Creighton will absolutely be the one doing the cross-examination and will try to annoy the piss out of Alec so that he's like, what? Because we've seen him snap at law enforcement in each of those interviews. What does AM have to lose? That's a very fair point. What does he have to lose? Well, this conviction for one. How about a guilt innocence poll? Nope. Morgan, I don't vote until we're at the end of a case. And then even then I don't vote on guilt and innocent. We're not the jury. I will put up a vote if your mind's been changed. That I absolutely will do. But I don't do the guilty or innocent polls. We'll poll on when the jury will come back, if the jury will hang, and things like that. But I do not do guilt and innocent polls. Can any of Alec Murdaugh's testimony be used in the other trials? Yes, it can. Do you think he's getting up there to throw them all under the bus? I don't know. I don't think that would be a wise play, but I don't know what he knows. We weren't there. Some think he wasn't there. Some think that he was. We don't know. Did Alex say Maggie was with him that morning, but Marion said she was coming from Edisto Beach? Yes. Yes. Alex used a riot shield to block the blood. I don't know about that. I don't think, well, if he did a good job of hiding it. We need Camille. They're going to have to do a very strong cross-examination, and they are in a very good position to do a strong cross-examination. The jury's not going to like Alec Murdaugh. Whether they think he committed these crimes or not, the murders or not, they're not going to like him based on everything else. So a very strong cross-examination is warranted. You can't go in on Buster Murdaugh. The jury's going to be like, fuck you, I hate you. Don't do that. But with Alec, it's different, and they can absolutely have a stronger cross. So, but I think we're absolutely going to get a very, very caffeinated Creighton this morning. Question: if Alec Murdaugh mentions Cousin Eddie, can the prosecution then request as Cousin Eddie as a rebuttal witness? Cousin Eddie has been subpoenaed. The prosecution does still get a rebuttal. So just as a way of reminder, when the defense rests their case, the prosecution still gets to, why is my phone beeping? The prosecution still gets to call other witnesses. So with that, we're still on a court break. And let's see. Thank God my food gets here in 10 minutes. Yay. I tried yesterday to order food and they canceled my order like 5 minutes before it was supposed to be here. I was so bummed. Do you think Creighton will get too excited about the financial crimes and lose his way on the murder? I mean, I think he's done that most of the trial. So possibly. And I think they leave questions about the murder till the end. Is there any chance the kennel video has the wrong time date? No, there isn't. Because they're not relying on it uploaded to servers. They're taking it from the raw metadata because they had the phone. So no, there isn't. There's no evidence that there was anything wrong with the phone. How would you approach your questioning? Slowly, methodically, and with very, very clear yes/no questions. Do you think the Netflix documentary dropping in the middle of trial will be grounds for appeal? They didn't try to stop it. Oh, sounds like court is coming back. But I don't like that they dropped it in the middle of the trial because it just gives room. Oh, the bailiff's yelling at everybody. It just gives room for nonsense. So, oh no. Something is happening with tech happening. All right.
Please be seated.
Okay, let's see. They gonna put the defendant up on the stand? They're so loud in that courtroom. That's why the bailiff's yelling at them. Oh, the bathroom break, though, they've got to take the... they got to take the bailiffs and stuff too. He doesn't get to just walk to the bathroom like everybody else because he is in custody. So it's not as easy as all that.
You may bring the jury.
Bring the jury. We will be... What happened? Ah! They're chatting. They are definitely chatting. We're bringing the jury. I'm going to see how the feeds go, and then we'll switch between them. I mean, all we want to see is the defendant's face. So I think Poot is going to do his direct, and I think his direct is going to feel... if this sound starts to kill me, I will switch back. But I think that with Poot, he's going to be very tempted to lead the way he did in that hospital police interview we heard. And if he starts leading, I think the prosecution is going to literally jump down his throat with every objection in the world. So I will be saving super chat questions till we have a break. I will be putting other stuff up on the screen. I will be giving commentary, but not a ton of it because we need to hear what this defendant has to say. And the moment that they say, call your next witness, Alec Murdaugh, everybody's going to be like, Trish, see, I don't hear a fourth voice on the kennel video, but maybe the defendant did. I don't know. Nobody's brought it up. So this is happening. David said defense is by all accounts ahead. AM is an attorney. He can't be this self-absorbed. Have you not met attorneys, David? Attorneys are absolutely, a lot of them. But Alec was stealing from clients with seemingly no impunity. So his ability to focus on himself and no one else seems to be well established at this point. We are still waiting for the jury to come back in. Will we see the Chewbacca defense? I don't know what we will see. The prosecution has motions regarding third-party guilt, and they didn't bring it up at all about limiting Alec to getting into third-party guilt. So we'll just see. I imagine we will see lots of objections. EDB is not self-absorbed. Sometimes. Sometimes I definitely focus on me first. So it happens. Lawyers, I mean, and a lot of lawyers are very self-important. Definitely am not a self-important lawyer. I especially doing this. I'm a girl with a microphone. We just love to talk about trials and say some curse words. I don't know what's taking the jury so long, and now it's making me nervous. So, chat, we have over 50,000 of you here in chat. Less than Depp heard, but still a lot of new law nerds. Whatever you think of Alec Murdaugh, we do not name call, diagnose, threaten, talk about any perceived psychological diagnoses that you might believe that he has. I've seen a lot of calls for harm that a few days ago, and those all got sorted and swooped by Nightbot. But we just have a conversation about what he's saying, vis-a-vis what other people are saying. Do you believe him? Do you not believe him? So thank you for no name calling, no threats. And we do that with every single case. That's not just this case and all the witnesses in the case. We like to have conversations. We like to be sassy, but we're also, classy. So with that, I don't know what's taking the jury so long.
I didn't get that. Could you try again?
I don't get it either. So no. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why we're still here. The jury normally comes in. The jury normally comes in much earlier. So it's just, I know. I don't know what's happening. Where is the jury? Why are they not here yet? What is going on? What in the ever-loving? Well, when he says bring the jury, it's normally a matter of moments. So, innocent until proven guilty, always a good reminder. We'll see if this shifts the needle for any of you. If Jim or Poot, it's going to be Poot, examines Alec and he commits crimes, is that considered perjury? Oh, and no, he committed the crimes. No, the attorneys aren't speaking. Could Alec perjure himself on the stand? Yes, he could. In the grand scheme of things, does it even matter with all the crimes he's facing? Probably not. But if the attorneys can be proven to be facilitating or suborning perjury, then it's a thing. Is that there are limits to that, though, when the attorney is asking questions on the stand, because the attorney is just asking the questions, and the attorneys are obligated to zealously represent their client. So, Ronnie says, "Oh my God, I'm leaving on a major road trip in the morning, but here I am at 1:30 a.m. Aussie time, and I feel like I can't stop watching. My mind's blown that AM will testify on his behalf. Crazy bingo card day." Yes. Did you see that an inmate from Ridgeland County Jail called in the bomb threat? I did see that. I thought that was odd. I thought that was interesting and odd that the call is coming from within the jail. Rare said today is the 4-year anniversary of Mallory's passing. R.I.P. young soul. That's a very odd coincidence in this case that today would be the day that Mallory Beach passed away. I had completely forgotten that was in February. But that's part of why the water was so cold. I got to go to bed. Catch the replay crew. Don't worry about it. You're good. Netflix did it as the anniversary of the accident. That makes sense. It's just odd when we're in the middle of this. They didn't know a juror was mid-poop. That's very fair. It is the morning. They've had coffee. The defense banking on a 401 appeal. Well, 404, 401. If he's convicted, I think the defense is banking on him not being convicted. But if he's convicted, they will appeal on those. Those grounds are the easiest for them to appeal on at this point. But other shit can still happen. Cloak Sword said it's a deep breath before the plunge. It sounds like the jury is now shuffling in.
Thank you. Ma'am, you will not be able to sit. You cannot sit there. You cannot sit in the jury box.
Who is trying to sit in the jury box? What is happening? Who is trying to sit in the jury box? Oh, the court sketch artist.
You may call your next witness.
Jim?
Thank you, Your Honor.
It's you?
Defendant Richard Alexander Murdaugh wishes to take the stand.
And we are here. It is happening.
You'll place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You'll have a seat on the witness stand.
We've all gasped collectively. It is absolutely happening.
And if you don't mind stating your full name again and spelling your last name.
I'm Alec Murdaugh, Murdaugh. Good morning.
Oh, position himself so he can just look right at the jury. Yep. I don't know if I can do a 3.
Mr. Murdaugh, on June 7th,
That's not what that said.
2021, did you take this gun or
shit.
any gun like it and shoot your son Paul in the chest in the feed room at your property off Moselle Road?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take this gun or any gun like it and blow your son's brains out on June
Holy
7th
shit,
or any
Jim.
day or any time?
No, I did not.
Mr. Murdaugh, did you take a 300 blackout such as this and fire it into your wife Maggie's leg, torso,
Holy shit,
or
Jim.
any part of her body?
No, I did not.
Did you shoot a 300 blackout into her head, causing her death?
This is not.
Mr. Griffin, I didn't shoot my wife or my son anytime. Ever.
She's good? Okay. I mean, I guess we're getting to the point. I wish they would just go to a
Mr.
two-screen
Murdaugh,
feed.
is that you?
We don't need this empty.
On the kennel video at 8:44 p.m. on June 7th, the night Maggie and Paul were murdered.
It is.
Were you in fact at the kennels at 8:44 p.m. on the night Maggie and Paul were murdered?
I was.
Did you lie to SLED Agent Owen and Deputy Laura Rutland on the night of June 7th and told them that you stayed at the house after dinner?
I did lie to them.
Did you lie to Agent Owen and Agent Croft on the follow-up interview on June 10th that the last time you saw Maggie and Paul was at dinner?
I did lie to them.
And in the interview of August 11th, did you tell Agent Owen and Agent Croft, did you lie to them by telling them that you were not down at the kennels on that night?
Yes.
Just go to a two-screen.
Alec, why did you lie to Agent Owen, Agent Croft, and Deputy Rutland about the last time you saw Maggie and Paul?
As my addiction evolved over time, I would get in these situations or circumstances where I would get paranoid thinking. It could be anything that triggered it. It might be a look somebody gave me. It might be a reaction somebody had to something I did. It might be a policeman following me in a car. That night, June 7th, after finding Mags and Paul, don't talk to anybody without Danny with you. All my partners were just repeatedly telling me that.
Shouldn't talk to anybody at
I had
all.
a deputy sheriff taking gunshot tests from my hands. I'm sitting in a police car with David Owen asking me about my relationship with my wife and my son. And all those things coupled together after finding them, coupled with my distrust for SLED,
What?
caused me to have paranoid thoughts. Normally, when these paranoid thoughts would hit me, I could take a deep breath real quick and just think about it, reason my way through it, and just get past it really quickly.
Distrust for SLED, you say?
On June the 7th, I wasn't thinking clearly. I don't think I was capable of reason.
Huh.
And I lied about being down there. And I'm so sorry that I did. I'm sorry to my son Buster. I'm sorry to Grandma and Papa T. I'm sorry to both of our families. Most of all, I'm sorry to Mags and Pawpaw. I would never intentionally do anything to hurt either one of them.
That's an interesting use of the word intentionally. I would never intentionally do anything.
Ever. Ever.
Did you continue lying after that night? Did you not?
But once I lied, I continued to lie. Yes, sir.
Why?
He's not chewing gum. He's
You know, or what a
either his
tangled
mouth is
web
dry
we
because
weave.
he's scared.
But once I told a lie, and I told my family, I had to keep
So
lying.
he's not chewing gum. That's just mouth noise.
Alex, tell the jury what happened on the evening of June 7th. starting when you met with Paul?
Sure.
I'd been at work that day, a fairly normal day.
What?
Let me start in the morning, or
It was normal?
Sure, start in the morning.
It was normal that you got confronted about stealing all the money? That was normal to you?
it was just a regular morning. Maggie was leaving to go out of town.
Maggie was
She
at
was
Edisto.
going to a doctor's appointment, and she had some stuff to do at Edisto, where she was having some work done on our house at Edisto. But Maggie was there that morning. She went to leave, and she told me she was doing these things. I always asked Maggie to come back home and stay with me. But anyway, Maggie had left. She did her thing. I went to work, did work. I learned from Paul that
Maggie,
Who's Paul?
according to
Paul, my
Maggie's
son Paul,
sister,
my son Paul, Murdaugh.
And your name for him was Paul.
Yeah, we called him Paul.
Okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
And
her sister, and
Buster, Maggie. I called him
Blanca.
Paul or Paul Terry, but Mags
said he
called
wasn't
him
there.
Paul. Buster called him Paul. A lot of people called him Paul.
I thought you called him Little Detective.
But anyway, I learned about I'd known that CB, the guy that worked for us, had sprayed the sunflowers. I knew about that, but I'd been out of town. I didn't know they were dead. Paul let me know they had died. So we had to replant the dove field. That's our dove field, which the dove field is just it's a big social part of having property. People come, and it's just a social big part of it. So the dove field was a big deal. So when the sunflowers got killed, we knew they were dead. Paul was coming home, and I learned that early Monday morning.
And did
Huh.
and we'll catch back up, but at some point in time, did you meet up with Paul?
Yeah, after work, I met Paul at the property.
Interesting.
And
We've
we're
never
back
heard
to
him
talk
referred to as
about
Paw
more of
Paw
the day,
before.
But I just want to focus in on that evening right now.
Okay.
When Paul gets to the property, what do y'all do?
First thing we do is we go to the dove field, and we look at the dove field. And
Hang on. How'd you get to the dove field?
he had come in my brother's truck. We got in my son Buster's black pickup truck. We called it Buster's truck, or the black pickup truck. You've heard it called too, but I call it Buster's truck.
Okay, so you're in Buster's
There's
truck.
too many
and
Busters.
You go to the dove field. Tell the jury what else.
Well, that's the first thing we do. We go to the dove field and we look, and it was clearly it didn't. You could tell they were. You could tell they'd been sprayed, and you could tell they were dead. They might have still had a tiny bit of life, but they were dead.
He is
so we
pissed
knew
off
that.
about
So we
those
knew we had to
sunflowers.
replant the whole field.
But if
So that didn't take but a second.
Nolan already came and determined
But after that,
do you need to
Paul-
redetermine that? Nolan came that morning to tell you they were dead. That doesn't make sense. Because Nolan stopped by
We
that
just rode
morning.
the property. We spent time together. We rode around and we spent time together on the property.
Did you go to the duck pond?
Oh yeah, we went to several food plots. We went to
Does it feel like Jim is
Single
helping
Oak
him?
Stand, we called it, which is across the road. I know we went to the bridge stand. We went to the duck pond where we stayed for a minute, and
Did you?
I can remember the duck pond specifically because I had helped Paw plant the dove field.
What?
And
What's the dove field and
the
the duck
corn in
pond
the
have
dove
to do?
field. So sunflowers, corn. And I had helped him plant the corn in the dove field. Paw had planted the duck pond by himself, and he's making a really big deal to me about how much better the corn was doing and the duck pond than it was in the dove field. We stayed there for a little while. We were at the cabin for a little while. We rode around the cabin looking at it.
Now, cabin is what?
That's, it's just a little small, it's truly a cabin. It's a 4-room structure.
It's a
got a little
4-room
living
cabin.
area, a little kitchen. It's got 2 little bedrooms and 1 little bathroom. And that's what you've heard talk about where the kids stayed some summers.
Some people call that a
Is that
house.
what the jury's seen, some overhead pictures? It's right there on Moselle Road?
Yeah, it's right
It's
up on
just- it's a
Moselle
little
Road. and
4-bedroom
it's very
house.
close
It's a
to
house.
the driveway that goes to the shop and the kennels.
No, it's 2
Do you
bedrooms,
spend any
1
time at the
bath.
shop, you think?
Oh, yes.
Living
I
room,
mean,
kitchen,
the shop
house.
was, that was sort of the hub. That was the main place. If you weren't at the house, you might be out going to this field or this food plot or this duck pond or this part of the river, but the shop is where the kennels were located. You know, you were always there. Something was always going on there. You're always doing something there. That's where all the tools were. That's where all the equipment was kept. I mean, that was the main hub.
Right.
And so we were there that day. I mean, there was a point in time where we unloaded a bulldozer that had been on a different part of the property. It was on a trailer. We unloaded it and sprayed it down real quick. That was just one of the many things we did that day.
How did you have time to do
One
all
of the
that?
things
How
the
did you have
jury's
time to
seen,
spray it down?
Alec, is a Snapchat video of you and doing something with a tree. Do you remember that?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
And so what was happening there?
That's just part of when we were riding. That particular location where that was is at a food plot that we called Sawtooth Oaks, and it was named that because there were some sawtooth oaks that were planted there that you can't see in the picture. But what that tree is, at all these food plots, there's an area where it's not as big as a field, but it's like a field where you plant vegetation for wildlife. Like it might be cowpeas or soybeans, but you plant, and then there's a feeder to attract deer. Then we planted these little fruit trees on these stands, and what you see me doing is fooling with a fruit tree that I'd been tending to. It had fallen over. I had straps on it. I had strings on it that were holding it up. One of the strings popped. I undid the other string, and it was falling over, and Pawpaw was laughing at me trying to get it back upright. And it was just a fruit tree that I'd been dealing with for years, and it wouldn't stand up straight.
And were you and Paul having a good time at that point?
At that point,
You could not be around Pawpaw.
the nicknaming is some might be okay with it. Some might
Not
be
be
like it's
around
great,
him
but it
and not have a
feels
good time.
it feels
Were you close to Paul?
odd.
You couldn't be any closer than Pawpaw and I and Buster and I.
Not in a single interview
We're
did he
in
call
awe.
him Pawpaw, and that's part of why it hits me so weird.
He's just wonderful. Wonderful.
And it's one of the things you enjoyed doing together was just riding the property?
I love doing anything with Pawpaw. It was an absolute delight. But yeah, one of the things, Paul's passion. Paul was passionate about a lot of things, but that property was really a passion of his. He loved to work it. He loved to work the fields. He loved to work the food plots. He loved to hunt. He'd work on the roads. He would work on all of it. He would work on the structure. He worked on the whole property. It was his passion.
So on the evening of the 7th, jury's been inundated with data from various different sources, but
Sure.
just ballpark, can you, knowing what we know now after reviewing everything, but roughly when do you remember Paul getting there and you getting there starting to ride the property?
No, I know.
Now that I've
nicknames
had
are
the
common.
benefit of,
He
of,
just,
of seeing
it's different
all
than
of
the
these
interviews.
records,
It's different than his interviews.
Pawpaw got home.
That's why it sits
I
weird.
believe a little bit before 7 o'clock. And I got home a little bit before him. I think the details had been that I got home around 6:42 or 6:45 or something like that, and Paul got there, very quickly thereafter,
And then,
by 7 o'clock.
so you rode the property for a while. Do you remember when Maggie arrived?
Yeah, it was later than that. It was 8 or after 8. I think it was after 8 and looking at the records. A little bit after 8.
And do you remember her arriving or where you were when she arrived?
I believe that I was at the shop when she came through, which would not be unusual for her having been away. If Blanca had gotten the mail or somebody had gotten the mail, maybe not, but if somebody had not gotten the mail, it would be perfectly normal for her to pull through there. And I believe she did pull through there that day. And Paul and I were at the shop, I believe.
And then what did you do after Maggie arrived?
Maggie went
That
to the
thermostat
house,
is
and
at
I know
66
that.
degrees this morning.
But shortly
It was
after,
68 2
however, I
days ago.
learned that Maggie got home, I went to the house when Maggie got home, and I left Paul at the shop.
But if she came in through the mailbox, she would have come
And
by
what did
you
do
at the
when you got
shop.
to the house?
I saw Mags, talked to Mags, and I took a shower.
The clothes that we saw in that Snapchat video was that the clothes you had at work?
He remembers when he took a shower now.
Yes, those are the clothes I had on at work that day.
And the jury's seen you in those clothes and what's on June 7th. How tall were you and how much did you weigh?
On June 7th, well, I'm a hair over 6'4", right at 6'4". On June the 7th, I was about 265 pounds, 264, 265.
And this was in June, June 7th.
Yes, sir.
When you're outside, riding around and do you get hot and sweaty?
Absolutely. I mean, Paul and I had done some things. We unloaded the bulldozer, cleaned the bulldozer. We fooled around. Yeah, I mean, I sweated. I was heavy, and taking prescription pills also makes you sweat worse, or at least taking oxycodone
I
makes you
definitely
sweat
shower multiple times
more
in the
than you
summer.
normally do.
So was it unusual for you to take a shower when you got back to the house?
Not at all.
And it's really not.
And when you
That's not unusual. What's unusual
after you
is
took a
he
shower,
didn't tell the
what did you
police
change
that.
into?
I changed into the clothes that you've seen in this trial, shorts and the shirt.
Okay. When you got out of the shower and changed clothes, what'd you do next?
I went back out where Mags and Pawpaw were and
What were
for
they
dinner.
doing? What was going on?
Mags had, as you've heard, Blanca had prepared dinner, but it had been cooked earlier. Mags had fixed. I know Mags had fixed mine and her plate because I didn't fix a plate. She may have fixed Pawpaw. Pawpaw was eating, and Pawpaw was almost done eating by the time I got back out, which also wasn't unusual. I mean, Pawpaw was always on the go. I mean, he never sat still. And, he'd sit down to eat, but then he's going on to his next item.
And
So then Maggie and I ate.
and do you all eat at the table? Do you eat at the den? What's your normal habit?
We would do both, but, I mean, when we ate at the table, it was really sort of more formal or not formal, but just more of an organized thing. What we would normally do on a regular evening is we would eat in the den in front of the TV. And that's where we ate that day. I ate on the couch, the table. Maggie had a little a TV tray that she kept over there, and Pawpaw would usually sit in a recliner and eat off of the ottoman.
This is the defense
Was the TV
questioning,
on?
but they did skip
Yes.
right over the confrontation at work.
Was that normal for the TV to be on?
Yes. TV, if we were in the house, the TV was on.
The TV is relevant to hearing the gunshots.
So what happened next, Alec?
Pawpaw moved on doing whatever he was doing. I don't know if he was in the gun room doing something, or he was in his room doing something, or he was outside doing something. I actually thought he'd gone to the shed, but in looking at, to the shop, but in looking at the benefit of having these records that we have, I know he was still at the house or somewhere around the house doing something, but he wasn't in there with Maggie and I. But Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and I had eaten dinner. I laid back on the couch where I was sitting. Maggie wanted to go to the kennels, and she asked me to go, and I didn't go at that time. I didn't want to go.
Why didn't you want to go?
It was hot. I just had a shower. I knew I'd end up doing more work, sweating more, and the dogs is always a chaotic scene, and I just didn't want to go right then.
Well, let me ask you, what had you done the previous days, like Friday and Saturday and Sunday?
Start with Friday or
Yeah.
go backwards?
Yeah, start with Friday.
All right, on that.
Just briefly.
So 7th, 6th, 5th, 4th. So June the 4th,
I'll go back and look at the
My dad was in the
timeline about
hospital
Maggie being at Moselle.
in-
I remember the witness testimony.
Savannah, Georgia, at Memorial Hospital. And I went down to visit him Friday afternoon, and I stayed with him in the hospital. I spent the night there. You know, he was real sick. I mean, he was having a hard time.
Did you get much sleep Friday night?
No, I mean, I had a real sweet nurse found me. At first, there was just a hard chair in there, like
Natasha
this,
Shee,
but
yes.
a nurse found me a soft chair, sort of like a recliner. So, I mean, I'm sure I slept, but I didn't sleep. You know, I didn't get a night's sleep. No, sir.
And then Saturday and Sunday?
Saturday, we had plans with Buster and Brooklyn. Y'all have heard about Brooklyn. It's Buster's wonderful little girlfriend. And
Wonderful little
Max and I
girlfriend.
had plans with them to meet them in Columbia, to go to the South Carolina.
She's just a good little lady.
It was a regional baseball tournament. And South Carolina was playing Virginia, I believe. So when I got back from Savannah and met up with Mags, at some point we headed to Columbia. So, I mean, there wasn't a lot going on in between there. We headed up to Columbia and met Bus in Brooklyn.
And then, did you stay in Columbia Saturday night?
We did. We went to the ball game, and I remember it was an evening game. We went pretty early and tailgated. Maggie had reconnected with a college friend who coincidentally had married a college friend of mine. And they had a
just
son
looking
that played
right
for
at the
Carolina.
jury.
He was a first baseman and a really good little player. And we met them.
At least
and
everybody gets
tailgated
called little.
with them, and it was a lot of fun. They had a lot of the parents of the players that were playing for Carolina, and it was just it was a fun time. We tailgated, and then we went to, and it was a night game, so we went to the game, and the game got over. You know, it was fairly late into the evening, and
Then you went to
after
Krispy
that,
Kreme.
Bus, Brooklyn, and Mags and I believe we went to the restaurant in the hotel where we were staying, but we went and had dinner, and then Bus and Brooklyn went home, and of course Maggie and I went to our room.
And then get up the next day, and is there another game?
Another game the next day. That's right.
And then after that, you head back to Moselle with Maggie?
Yeah, we went to the game. That's right. Mags and I go back to
That's right.
Moselle.
Moselle.
And the jury's heard
As if
about...
Jim is answering the
Ms. Rass
questions.
talking about you bringing Krispy Kreme donuts to your dad.
How do you
Maggie
feel
loved
about
to-
Jim answering those questions?
She spoiled my dad, and always always taking him something. My dad loved sweets, and she and I picked up donuts.
Now it's
and
Maggie,
took,
not Mags.
Krispy Kreme donuts to him.
And then y'all both spent the night together
I don't doubt
at
that.
Moselle on Sunday night. Did you both spend the night at Moselle on Sunday night?
Yes.
And then the 7th was a work day?
That's right. It's a
It is.
Monday.
It's a
Monday,
lot
June
of
the
leading.
7th.
Hang on. I'll rephrase it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Was Monday,
Yeah, you can't hear the judge because your
7
back
a
is
work
to him
day.
because you're looking right at the jury.
Yes.
and I just wanted to give that background. And so moving forward to when you testified previously about Maggie
Jim
asking
leading
you
the
to go to
responses
the kennels, were you tired?
Is not
Oh, yes, I was tired.
a good look in front of the
You
jury.
just had a shower.
I don't
Just
think.
had a shower.
And you said that, well,
Yep,
did
he
you
wants
go
to
with
lead.
Maggie to the kennels
No.
immediately?
No, I did not.
What'd you do? What did she leave?
Yes, she did. She left and Paw Paw was gone.
Do you know how she got to the kennels?
At the time, I didn't, but now, looking at these condensed records and
condensed
understanding
records.
the timeline, it's clear to me that she rode with Paw Paw.
And did you stay in the house
Yes,
for how long?
not long. I laid back on the couch, put my feet up, and like many times when Maggie asked me to do something that I didn't want to do or didn't start out doing, I changed my mind and decided I'm going to ride up there. And I did.
And how did you get to the kennels?
I went on a golf cart.
Was the golf cart at the house, the main house?
Yeah. It was,
Well, that answers that question.
and it was there most of the time.
And when you got down to the kennels, what was happening?
It's just what I thought it was. It was a little bit of chaos. I mean, it was clear to me that Mags had just let the dogs out. The two dogs that were out were really her pet dogs. One is Grady. You've heard about a black lab. That's Grady. That's Buster's dog. And the other is the yellow lab that you've heard about. That's Bubba. Bubba was mine and Maggie's dog, but it was really mine, Maggie's, Bus, and Paw Paw's dog. It was a family dog. But Bubba's the dog I hunted. I mean, Maggie loved Bubba. She loved Grady too, but I mean, she had a special place for Bubba. But anyway, when the dogs first were let out, the first thing they would do is they would run. If you look at the overhead picture that you've seen, there were planted pines right behind the kennels. So you got the kennels and the chicken coop sort of formed
Like
an
where
L
there
shape.
was a
And in that L
shot.
was some planted pines.
Buckshot
First thing the dogs would do
lodged
is
in
go
one of
out
them.
in that kennel, and Bubba and Grady, I think, learned this from Bubba, but Grady would do it too. But Bubba had to mark every tree. I mean, he would go and he'd do a little number on this tree and that tree. You know how dogs do, and just marking his territory. And so that was the first thing those dogs did when they came out. When I got there, those dogs were in that area. So that's why I believe that it hadn't been long before they'd been let out. Grady was chasing guineas, which was a normal thing to do.
What are guineas?
Guinea fowl is a guinea fowl is like it's like a chicken. It's a domestic bird that we had them. They make a lot of racket. It's like I know this sounds silly, but it's like a guard bird. Because anytime
A guard
they
bird,
just
you
make
say?
a lot of racket anytime anything unusual is going on. If anything disturbs them, it could be a
Interesting.
person, it could be somebody driving up, whatever. They're gonna make a lot of racket. So
There was no racket on any
Grady's
of those
chasing
calls.
guineas. Paul's fooling with Rogan's dog Cash. Maggie's just kind of standing there watching the dogs, which is normal, and they were in that place. As the dogs are out longer, they branch out more. But at that point in time, they were right there. So that told me they hadn't been out.
It's a
long
lot of
time.
explanation.
Bubba Bubba catches the chicken.
weren't on any of the calls. They weren't making noise during the.
I'm talking to Maggie for just, a short time before
The,
Bubba catches the chicken.
kennel
I take the chicken, I put it, when Bubba didn't chase, these dogs didn't chase the chickens to kill them. And they didn't normally kill them. They did kill them sometimes, but it was about the chase with those dogs. And they were proud when they caught one. You could just tell by the way Bubba would prance to you when he brought the chicken to you. He was proud that he had caught it, but he wasn't trying to kill it. And so most times the chicken wasn't dead, and that chicken wasn't dead. But
When
a
did
lot
the
of times
chicken
they would
die?
be stunned and they would be just real lethargic. So you had to take the chicken and you had to put it up somewhere where, the chicken could be by itself for a minute and
recover.
And it would eventually, usually, come back to normal and go on about its, whatever a chicken does.
Did you get the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I did. I took the chicken from Bubba and I put it on top of that.
Now we've seen, this video of Paul.
So he took the chicken out of Bubba's
Cash,
mouth.
Rogan's dog. Did you know that was going on?
Interesting
what do you
question.
remember about that?
Yeah, I knew Paul was fooling with. When I pulled up on the golf cart, Maggie was standing back, sort of where the driveway would be. It sort of runs out at the feed room. Storage room's what we call it. It's been called the feed room. But it sort of ran out. Maggie was a little bit further up.
Put the chicken
where she
in the
could
kennel.
See back in that angle where the dogs were. Paul was fooling with Rogan's dog back towards the kennel. If I remember when I first got there, Paul was more in the driveway. But then I knew Paul was in the kennel fooling with Cash, yes. But did I know what he was doing? I didn't know exactly what he was doing, no.
Did you?
I knew he was fooling with his tail.
Was Cash in the kennel when you pulled up, you think?
Not when I first got there.
Did Bubba or Grady have any collars on?
Yes.
Both dogs? One dog? Do you remember?
I don't know about Grady, but I know Bubba had on his what we call a tracking collar. Paul, for his hunting dogs, Paul had a series of tracking collars, and I think there were 5. It might have been 6, but it's a tracking collar that had a device that would tell you where that collar was, so that Bubba was bad about, he would stay close for a minute, but then he would take off, and he especially do that on Maggie. He would take off and run, and so he had on a tracking collar that if he did that, you could, you could know, okay, he's, a half a mile down here. It's not going to follow him, but so far, but it would follow a good long distance, so you could go get the dog if he ran off, which Bubba frequently would do, especially when it was just Mags and Bubba. And so Paul probably would have been the one to put that on Bubba.
So you've got us where you've gotten the chicken out of Bubba's mouth and put it up on a doghouse or something?
I believe what I put it on, and I don't remember this, but I've seen pictures and all this, and I saw the chicken sitting on top of the what looks to me like
Looking
a
just
portable
right at the
dog
tray.
crate. Wherever it was sitting on there is where I would have put it up there. You know, have any reason to believe anybody else moved that chicken, and it ultimately that chicken did die.
And
We're aware that
what did you do after you got the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
I got out of there. I left. I went back to the house.
How'd you get back to the house?
Before we do that, we've seen the dog kennel video with Cash and Mr. Davis, and we slowed it down for him. Do you see the water hose in that video on the ground? Do you remember seeing that?
Yes, I do.
Was the water hose out?
Obviously, in the video, but I don't specifically remember that, but I can look in that video and see it.
Right.
But that's not something that I noticed.
So, but You've seen it in the video here.
Yes, sir.
And then the two dogs were out,
Absolutely. Bubba and Grady.
and then you head back. How did you get back to the house?
Same route. I mean, the same route I'd come on. I
How?
came down the driveway, made a left on. You saw my route in the car. I drove that same route.
In what?
My question obviously wasn't clear enough. What, were you in a vehicle? You walked? What mode of transportation did you use to get back to the house?
Same way I came. I went back in the golf cart, and it is the golf cart. If you
He
remember
needs
that
to
Mark
have shorter
Ball
answers. He's trying
testified that he
shorter
saw
answers. He's trying to explain too much.
where we normally would park it, you pull up.
More
pull
info
along
never
the,
helps.
The front entrance, and either you come in from the left and you'd go just past it.
He
and be on the
over-explains
right, or
these
you'd come in from the
details
right and
in
you'd
a-
be just past it on the left. And that's where I got in it, and that's where I put it back.
Did you do anything else before leaving after you took the chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
No.
We've heard about Bubba being stubborn. How long did it take you to get chicken out of Bubba's mouth?
Well, Bubba could be stubborn, but Bubba would listen to me. And another thing, when Bubba had on that collar, one of the other features of that collar was
What did Bubba have on the collar, or was it Grady?
Bubba had on the collar.
Bubba had the collar.
I
Jim?
know Bubba had a collar on, and I'm not sure about Grady.
Okay, go ahead.
If
I'm
I
sorry.
misspoke on that, there's no question about it. Bubba had on a collar.
No, you said
I
Bubba.
assume Grady did too, but I didn't. I didn't.
Is
even
Jim
though I
trying to
saw
redirect
Grady, I
his
didn't
testimony?
notice for a fact that Grady had on a collar.
Okay.
But
Feels
he
weird.
probably did.
So, how
Makes
long-
sense to me that he did.
How long did it take to get
He's just
chickens
agreeing
out
with
of-
Jim.
Nah.
Chicken out of Bubba's mouth.
It didn't take long. Number one, Bubba's coming back there to show me, hey, I caught this chicken. So he's not running from me. He's proud of that fact that he caught this chicken. So, I mean, he comes right up to me. Bubba
So he
was
wasn't
really strong.
chasing Bubba
but,
around.
You know, you take your thumb when the dog's clenched.
Way too
and his
much-
mouth's a
way
little bit
too
open,
much
All
detail.
you do is you take your thumb and you push his gum in really tight against those sharp teeth, and his mouth opens right up. Took the chicken out and put it on, I believe, the portable dog kennel.
And then left.
And then I left.
Then leave, okay. And did you go back to the house?
I went straight back to the house, to the air conditioner.
And what'd you do when you got back to the house?
I lay down on the couch.
And then what? Well, was TV on when you went back?
Yeah, the TV never got cut off.
So you went back to the house, you laid down on the couch, and then what happened next?
I'm not positive I dozed off for a minute or didn't doze off for a minute, but I got up off of the couch, and I was.
When and why?
I made up my mind I was going to visit my mom.
Had you
That could be
spoken to Barbara
explained.
Mixon earlier
Can you
in the
explain
day?
that decision?
I
And,
talked to Barbara most days. If I didn't see her, I talked to her.
and what was your understanding of your mother's condition late on the afternoon of the 7th?
She
So he
was
laid on the couch
agitated,
for what,
which
30 seconds?
She got agitated when my dad, we were putting my dad in the hospital. I mean, he had a lot over the 18 months, 2 years. I mean, my dad was in the hospital. He was in the hospital a lot. And my mom, I believe my mom knew when my dad wasn't there because, she would get agitated. That's just the only term you can think of. She'd get agitated. She'd cry a lot. She'd be fussy when she normally wouldn't be fussy. I know Alzheimer's patients are unpredictable, but I'm convinced she knew because it happened frequently. And Barbara Ann told me, your mom's agitated. You need to check on her. I gave her medicine. She's resting. So it wasn't anything urgent. But she's resting. So what Barbara would do, and Barbara could handle her Barbara could handle her better than, I mean, my mama, we all love Barbara. My mama loved Barbara. Barbara could get my mom to do things that nobody else, when she fussed for anybody else, including me or my brothers or my sisters, Barbara could get her, you know, in order. And, but Barbara had given her medicine and to settle her down and calm her down. And that would sometimes make her go to sleep for a little while. But then she'd be agitated when she woke up.
I imagine on cross they will ask him more about
did you
Barbara.
go check on your mom?
I did.
Where did you park when you got there?
You saw the pictures. There's 2 exits off of that deck. One of them to the right, one of them straight out that back door. I would have parked to the left. If you're coming down these
There's
steps,
a lot of
if these are the
explanation on
steps,
some things
it
and
would
no
be to
explanation
the
on
left,
other things.
Back over there,
All right.
Interesting.
which is where I always parked, or where we always parked, anytime you were going in that entrance.
All right, I'm going to stop there and ask Doug, if you don't mind pulling up State's Exhibit 524, which is the
Do it,
GM
Doug.
All-Star data, and slide 38, which is in evidence.
Is it possible he's over-explaining? I don't think he's thinking it that
you
far
see
ahead. I
this,
think he's over-explaining the stuff that he's confident in and skipping over the other stuff
Slide
that
with those
he's not confident in,
dots.
but that's just my
Yes, sir.
Ballot.
opinion.
I
Though,
can.
Red dots
in
here
going
at
through
the,
trauma, he might have forgotten a lot of the details
seem to
of
be
the other
joined.
stuff. So
Where
it
is
goes
that
both
in
ways.
relation to your parents' house?
Where
a
the
good
arrow is?
If
Yes,
mom's
sir.
so agitated,
All
why
right,
wait 2
that's
hours?
back in the area where I'm talking about.
Oh, God.
All right, so if you look in this picture,
He's going to tell us
right,
all how it is.
You see you see the open area with the green grass? That's the front door. Okay, yeah, right where that circle is. That's the front door. If you look closely at the house, you can see a big dormer right in the middle of the roof. That's right over the front door. The white thing to the left of the house, that's like a parking pad where the driveway ends. And there's a parking pad. So you if you follow the driveway all the way to the house, you're going to run straight into a carport. All right, by the carport door. Just to the left, before you get to the carport, is this area that you can see here. That's part driveway, mainly parking pad.
All right, I'm going to, Doug, if you'll pull up Defendant's Exhibit 130, which is in evidence, please, sir.
Candy, I'm going to have to get a law nerds
And
work
this photo,
note for everybody.
Can you point out roughly where you parked that evening?
All right, this is the entrance to the right that I'm talking about. There's an exit and an entrance right in front of that door that you see there. So if you came down those steps, walk to your left, would be down there would be where I parked.
Oh, would you have parked on the grass?
You get on the edge of the grass back there. There's some grass there for sure, but it's not the area up here by the house where it's sodded and
Sure.
this grass that you can really see in this picture. So it may be on the edge of the grass, yes.
In relation to the satellite dish, are you looking at this photo, are you to the right of that?
Yeah, you'd be to the right of that satellite dish.
Okay.
Yes.
And
I believe that satellite dish is right on the edge of the, there's a hedge, and like you see the,
It's a
I don't know what
lot
you call it,
too
a
much
border,
exposition.
like a border where the grass ends and the flower bed or whatever
For
it is
any
starts.
witness,
Right.
but especially
think-
the defendant,
You can't see it, but I think that
shorter
satellite's
answers are
probably
better.
close to that border.
all right, well, let's,
So it'd be to the
Let's pull
right of
another-
that in this picture.
Doug, will you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 134, see if this is a...
Jim is trying, I think
So
Jim is
is the
trying
door
to.
that you're talking about,
That's it.
I think Jim
the
is
stairs
trying
that-
to rein
are
in
those
the
the ones
answers
where you would
and
enter?
not having a lot of luck. Alex is going to talk if he wants to talk.
Right. These are the steps that I used that night
Jim
that
is
we
in a tough
always
spot.
used. And one of the reasons being is my dad,
Never asked, Francis. They never asked who
this,
was running
this
the
door
hose and
goes
why
into
the hose
what
was
we
running.
call the breakfast room. The breakfast room leads right into the kitchen. And so straight through this door, all of the breakfast room is kind of to the left. That door goes straight through another doorway. There's no door there, but it's like just an opening.
Melanie,
It
the
goes into
cross-examination will not be
kitchen.
limited.
Immediately to your right of that entrance into the kitchen is the entrance into where my mom and dad's rooms were. So if you went through that door, you were in a little area that had my mom's closet, my dad's closet.
Okay.
A little bit further, you go into my mom's bedroom. If
We
you
are
went
talking about
to
the murder of
right,
your wife and son,
you
not the
go-
layout of your parents' house.
My dad and my mom didn't sleep in the same room at this point, but the bedrooms were.
For me,
you know,
this
they were
feels
back
like
to
he's
back. There was a door going
over-explaining
from
to
one the other.
justify
It was blocked,
parking
but
where he didn't
it was
park.
there, and then there was a bathroom. So
That's what it feels like to me.
This is really the part of the house that at their age was getting used. So that's why you went in this entrance, because my mom and
He is
whoever was caring
justifying
for
this
her
so much.
was always
Jim
in
can't
her
stop him.
bedroom,
He asked the
which
question.
would be just on the other side of the room that has these windows that you see to the right. All right, those would be the windows for the room where my dad slept.
Okay.
And then my mom's right on the other side. The kitchen's right there. This is the part of the house they were always in.
Okay. Thanks for the tour of
And
the
are you the
house.
only one that would pull up in the back like that?
No.
Is it common for your brothers and your sister to do the same?
Oh, we all did it. I mean, we all parked in the same way. If you knew you were going to the front of the house, or if you knew there was a crowd there, or for whatever, you may park on the driveway, but if you knew, under normal circumstances, my dad always stayed in the breakfast room where he had a recliner and a TV. That's where my dad always was. My dad never, you would never go catch him sitting in the den up front or in a living room. He just wasn't up there. He was in this room watching TV, or either he was on this back
Your
deck.
dad wasn't there
And
that
my mom
night.
was either in her room, which was just off of that, or she might be in the kitchen or the breakfast room.
And
Not
when you got
anymore,
to the
but
house,
it
who
sounds
was
like
there?
in
your mother's house on the
2021,
night of June
maybe.
7th.
My mom was there and Shelley Smith was there.
And what did you do when you got there?
The first thing I did was I knocked on the door. The door was locked. I knocked on the door. Shelley didn't hear me.
And then what'd you do next?
I called.
Called what?
I called my mom's house to let Shelley know I was there.
There's not a lot of
Please come
explanation
let me
now.
in.
Okay. And
Rob, I
the-
agree.
the
He's
house
going to
phone
be on the
was
stand
referred to?
until next week.
Yes,
Okay. And did she let you in?
sure.
And then what happened next?
I went in and I visited with my mom. I mean, you want me to go into detail on that?
What, just
No,
briefly?
please, no.
Yeah, what'd you do?
Oh, God,
I went in
Jim.
the house. In my mom's bedroom.
Actually, we do need to know this.
My mom had a bed that was where she slept in normal times. It was like, a bed with, the poles coming out of the corner, a poster bed that coming out of the corners. And she had a bed like that where she slept, but she didn't sleep there anymore. But it was in the room. It was a hospital bed. So when you
How
walk
big
in
is
the
a room that has room
her
for a
bed
poster
was
bed
to the
and a
right.
hospital bed?
Against the wall to the left was a hospital bed, like a single bed, but a hospital bed and a TV. And then there was a recliner where whoever was helping her would usually sit. So I went in and I sat down on my mom's hospital bed. And I just talked to her for a minute. My mom was awake. And I held her hand, and
What kind of condition was she in?
her condition was not good at any time, but given her overall condition, she seemed to be doing pretty well. I mean, she wasn't agitated like I thought she would be, or like I was worried she would be, or like Barbara had described her at that point. So she wasn't agitated, and you know, I just talked to her. Anytime we talked to my mom, we always tried to be real positive and you know, upbeat, and just and I just talked to her. You know, I just talked to her, made sure she was okay.
Did you stay seated on the side of her hospital-style bed, or did you move around?
I mean, I stayed there for a few minutes. You know, I stayed there and I talked to her more than just a few seconds,
Right.
and then, but I didn't stay there. She was, she did look tired. So I got up and I went and I think I sat on my mom's bed for a minute to start with, and then I laid down on my mom's bed, which is, you know, that's what I normally did when I went in there. There wasn't like a lot of chairs to sit in, and I just laid back on the bed.
Now, when you
Talked
talk-
to Shelley, and we watched TV.
Now, when you're talking about your mom's bed, are you referring to her regular bed?
That's right. Not her hospital bed, not the bed she was in, but her bed, the one I was talking about with like posts.
Right. Let me skip something. Was Maggie planning to go over to your mother's with you that night?
No, she wasn't planning to go with me that night.
Okay.
No,
Was-
in fact, Maggie
Jim
didn't
just wanted
really
that
like
answer.
to visit my mom.
And
It
then
was, she loved to visit my dad, and she loved to spend time with my dad. And she spent a lot of time with my mom when my mom was healthy. But, you know, I mean, by this point, my mom, she was a shell. She was a shell of her old self. And I mean, it was kind of sad to go and visit her anytime. I mean, she wasn't healthy, and Maggie didn't like to go and just visit my mom.
he didn't say
When
isn't
you-
healthy.
when you
He
left
was talking about his mom in the past tense,
Moselle
which is
to
interesting.
head to Almeda the evening after you'd gone back to the house at Moselle. What
Say that
ex-
again, Jim?
what exit did you use of the Moselle property when you're going to Almeda on the evening of June 7th?
I went out the main gates, which would be straight ahead.
Which
The,
even if he didn't remember that, he would have said it because he's
two
already seen
gates,
the
there's
GPS
there's
records.
The shop entrance. There's actually several entrances, but the main ones we
And
used, there was
he
an
would have
entrance
driven
by
by the murders.
Dovefield, there was an entrance further down by Sawtooth Oaks, but the main ones we used were the shop entrance and what we call the main entrance, where the brick gates were.
He's got to ask him why he didn't go.
Did you go? Why didn't you go by the kennels on
Yep.
your way out?
There wasn't a reason to go by the kennels at that point, and I was going
What?
to Almeda.
Then why were you
which
texting?
That the main gate would be the gates that were closer.
He said there's no reason to
Did
go
you
by the
notify
kennels.
Maggie in some form that you were leaving to go to see your mom?
I tried to call her.
And
Could have driven
did
by
she
and been like,
answer?
I'm leaving.
No,
what'd you do after that?
I think I tried to call her again.
And did she answer?
No, she didn't answer. And at some point, I texted her after that.
Well, the fact that she didn't answer on 2 times, did that concern you?
At that time,
Right.
it didn't concern me at all. Number one, she was with Paw Paw. So, no, I mean,
Huh.
number two, I mean, it's not unusual to not be able to get somebody all the time when they're at the house or it's on the property. I mean, you've heard all the testimony about how spotty cell service was, so no, at the time, it didn't strike me as anything unusual.
Okay. Now, moving back to Almeda, you spent time with your mother, and then you left to head back to Moselle. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you drive straight back to Moselle?
I did.
Now, Alec, there's some information from the telemetry data off your Suburban and perhaps some of this OnStar GPS data that indicates that at some point in time in your mother's driveway, you stopped for about a minute. Do you recall seeing that data?
I did.
What were you doing when you stopped?
I
Do
was
you recall?
getting my phone. That my phone had gotten. There was a console in the middle of my car, and my phone had gotten down in the console, between the console and the seat, where you couldn't get to it.
Were you, during that minute or however long it was, were you disposing of murder weapons, Alec?
No.
Were you disposing of bloody clothes?
No.
And your ride back to Moselle, was it, were you driving faster than normal?
I was driving however I drive, normal way that I drive.
I was driving how I drive. Well, he's not worried about going 80 down country roads. I mean, it's fast. But he's got a badge on his car, so he's not worried about it.
When you got back to the Moselle property, how did you enter the property? What entrance did you use?
Came right back through the main gate,
And what'd you do then?
went straight to the house.
And when you got to the house, what'd you do?
I went inside.
Were lights on when you pulled up? Or?
Lights were on in the house for sure. I can't remember if there were floodlights on or not. I don't believe there were any floodlights on, but there were definitely lights. All the lights in the house were on, yes.
And when you, how long did you stay inside the house, roughly?
Now that I've seen the benefit of these records, I was in there several minutes.
Obviously, I mean, were you surprised that Paul and Maggie had not made it back to the house?
You know, I don't know if surprised is the right word, but
I don't know if I was surprised, Jim.
I thought they would have been back by then.
Right.
You know, but I mean, did it cause me to
It's
go
10
into
o'clock.
any? It wasn't like I was shocked. But I mean, I thought they would be there. I mean, I
It's
distinctly
late.
remember. You know, I went and looked. Sometimes I was very hot-natured. Number one, I was hot, I was heavy, and I was taking pills. So I was always hot. Maggie was always cold. Sometimes she would watch TV. We had a TV in the hunting room. You see on the wall there. Sometimes Maggie would be in there watching TV where she could have the thermostat different than we always kept it cold in the main part of the house. So I know I went in there and looked in there for her. It's not unusual for Maggie to be taking a bath and be not able to hear me. So I went back there and I know I did those two things and looked in those two places. And they weren't there. And so, you know, I knew they'd been at the kennels and I assumed they were still up there.
So what'd you do?
I went to the kennels. I may have tried to call them. In fact, I probably did try to call them. I
Lana,
would think
he's
I
talking
called
about
them.
being heavier than he is now.
But as I
weight
sit here right now, I'm not
wise,
positive.
being
but
heavier
I would think I did.
and being
I
hot
would think
in
I
the
tried to
south in the
call them
summer.
to see.
So he's like, I was always hot.
And Alec, did you drive down to the kennels in your Suburban?
I did.
And what'd you see?
Saw what y'all have seen pictures of. so bad. Can I have some water?
I appreciate Jim's giving him time to answer.
Yeah, I went to
Did you see them on the ground when you're pulling up in your Suburban?
He explained, Jim.
I did.
And what'd you do when you came to a stop, Alec?
I think I jumped out of my car. I'm not exactly sure what I did, but no, I got out of my car. I know I ran back to my car, called 911. I called 911. I was on the phone with 911, and I was trying to tend to Paw. I was trying to tend to Maggie. And I just went back and forth between them.
Were you
There's no footprints
going to
between the
Paul
two
and
of
Maggie
them
while you were on the phone with
In
the
blood.
911 operators?
or anything else,
Yes.
which is odd.
Yes.
And in a little bit, I'm going to play the 911 tape, but I just want to ask you, and you've told law enforcement that's been played here in the court, what did you do when you went up to Paul?
Sorry, I looked down to take notes and I looked up. That was a different look. He's got a much different look on his face. For Jim.
And Paul. Paul was so bad. At some point, I know I tried to check him for a pulse. I know I tried to turn him over.
Will Jim ask about how he was so clean?
When you say you tried to turn him over, why were you trying to turn him over?
I mean, if he's grief stricken, you don't know why
I
you
don't
do
know.
shit. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why I tried to turn him over. Me and my boys laying face down. And he's done the way he's done. His head was the way his head was. I could see his brain laying on the sidewalk. I didn't know what to do. I mean, I tried to turn him over. I grabbed him by the belt loop and tried to turn him over. And when I did, his phone popped out. His phone popped out. And I just picked it up and I put it right back there.
Do you have any idea how it popped out?
I mean, I know it came out of his pocket when I pulled on his belt loop. When I pulled him to turn him over. And it just popped out. And I mean, it popped right beside him. It sat right beside him.
Were you able to turn Paul at all?
I mean, I didn't. I don't know if I was able to. I didn't turn him over, no.
Was he kneeling? Was he leaning?
What side of the on what side of Paul were you when you were doing this?
I was on the side that was away from. I was on the side that was away from where my car was.
Well, is that towards the kennels or
Yeah.
away from the kennels? That's not specific.
What'd you do with the phone?
I put it back on Pawpaw.
You know if you put it, you know which way it was pointing, upside down, downside, anyway?
I don't know if it matters,
Anything
Jim.
about it. I know his phone popped out. I picked it up and I put it back on him.
Did you see any messages on Paul's phone?
No.
Oh, that's why he was asking. Because of the state's argument about Rogan Gibson. Okay.
Did you go to Maggie?
Did.
Did you touch her?
I did.
Where did you touch Maggie?
I think I touched her down around like, I don't know. If you ask me exactly, I think I touched her down around her waist, but I don't know.
So you didn't check her for a pulse.
So bad. Excuse me. I mean, I know I went back and forth. I went back and forth between them. I know I did.
It makes me so uncomfortable for
I'd like to
Buster. Whatever you
play
think of
Doug,
Buster, it makes me so uncomfortable for Buster.
The Colleton County portion of the 911 call, which is in evidence as Defendant's Exhibit Number 9. And
There was
Doug,
not
this is
blood
the
on
long
Paul's phone.
version, the first clip, and stop it when I say stop it, please.
2021, 22
This is the
hours,
911
7
call?
minutes, 9 seconds.
If Alec was talking here, you would hear it.
County Communication.
I have an Alex Murdaugh on the line calling from 4147.
Oh, this is the transfer. Okay.
He's advising that his wife and child was shot.
Okay, and sir, give me the address again.
It's 4147 Moselle Road. I've been up to it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot?
Alec, when you say I've been up to it now and it's bad, what are you referring to?
I think we all know that, Jim.
I'm talking about what I saw was what y'all saw pictures of. And I mean, it was bad. It was terrible. And when I first got there,
It's interesting that they're clarifying this. I wonder why.
I know I got out of the car.
Oh, because of the time. The time's so short.
And I mean, I know I got out of the car. I mean, I knew. Got out of the car, but right at first, I went all the way to them. I think I ran back and that's when I called 911. And so I called 911, and while I was doing that, then is when I went to Maggie and I went to Paul. And so
Did that
that's
just
what
change?
I think I'm talking about.
What?
Okay. Keep going, please.
Oh, no. Hell no. Do it now. It's bad.
Okay, how did they shoot? Did they shoot themselves?
Oh, no. Hell no.
Thank you, chat.
Okay, and are they breathing?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and you said it's your wife and your son?
My wife and my son.
Are they in a vehicle?
No, ma'am. They're on the ground out at my kennel.
Okay, and did you see anyone?
He shot in the head, and he shot really bad. He shot it.
Okay, where is he shot at?
Ma'am, I don't know, but there's blood everywhere. I can see his brain. Face down. I tried to turn her a little bit, but she's got a hole in her head.
Okay. Is he breathing at all?
No, nobody.
Is she? Okay. Do you see anything? Do you see anyone in the area?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No.
Is there any guns near them at all?
No. There's here.
Dispatcher is doing her job.
What color is your house on the outside?
If that's what you're asking, they didn't shoot themselves, ma'am.
What?
Huh.
Alec, right in there, you
She
say
asked if
the
there's
word
any guns
here.
nearby.
What, are you calling anybody or anything?
No, I'm talking to that dispatcher.
And what did you mean when you said here?
If you listen to that call,
They needed to clarify
one of the
this.
first things she asked me, one of the first things she asked me was, did they shoot themselves? And I knew there's no way. I mean, I knew they didn't shoot themselves. There wasn't a gun. They didn't shoot themselves. And she'd asked me that. And then she asked me another question, something about that. And you hear me say here, and then you hear the thing talking. I'm telling her here, and then I say something, and then you hear me say, if that's what you're asking. And I'm letting her know they didn't shoot themselves. I'm saying here, and then I give her an explanation, which you can't hear on that phone, but it's obvious to me what I'm doing, and I say, if that's what you're asking me. So, like David Owens asked me on August 11th, did I call a dog or was I talking to somebody? There was no dog that was out, and there was nobody there.
Well, let's talk about that briefly. Well, when you got there and you saw Maggie and Paul, where were the dogs?
The dogs were in the kennels. Dogs were in the kennels, and wherever they were when law enforcement got there.
And you've seen pictures, and they called Dale Davis to the stand and talk about the hose rolled up. Did you roll the hose up?
No.
Did you do anything down there at the kennels when you got there other than call 911 and attend to Maggie and Paul?
No, I do know that I was trying to find a flashlight. I was trying to find a gun. Other than those things, no, I didn't do anything at the kennel. I didn't do anything with any hose.
The
I
kennels
didn't
have
do anything
floodlights.
with any dogs.
Why didn't you just turn on the
Was
floodlights?
there anybody with you?
No.
Maybe to not see them.
All right, keep going, please.
He also has his headlights on.
It's white. You can't see it from the road.
Okay. Is it a house or a mobile home?
It's a house.
Okay. And what is your name?
My name is Alex Murdaugh.
Okay. Did you hear anything, or did you come home and find out?
I've been gone. I just came back.
He didn't answer. Did you hear anything?
Okay. And was anyone else supposed to be at your house?
No, ma'am. Please hurry.
We're getting somebody out there to you.
Oh, man. Oh, should have known.
Alec, we just heard you say, I should have known. What are you referring to?
I said, Paul, I should have known.
What were you referring to?
I was referring to Paul got so many threats. Didn't take serious. Think twice about. So I'm just telling him, Paul, I should have known. I don't specifically remember saying that, but I can clearly hear myself say that.
I didn't hear Papa on there, but we'll go back and listen again after his
What
testimony.
kind of threats did you understand Paul was receiving.
They're probably going to break for lunch right after this line of questioning.
I mean, Paul got the most vile threats. I mean, the stuff that was on social media, I mean, it was, I mean, you couldn't believe it. You couldn't believe it. It was so over the top. Truthfully, we didn't think anything about it. I mean, it was just so crazy that, you know, we just, I mean, people talking about what he was going to get and how they were going to do this and get him. And I mean, it's stuff you really, I mean, you
The internet.
we disregarded it because it's so over the top. Thought it's so over the top.
Keep going, please, Doug.
Okay, what is her name?
Maggie and Paul.
Maggie is her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When's the last time you talked to Maggie?
Hour and a half ago, probably 2 hours ago.
What? Okay, you said about 2 hours ago you talked to them?
Approximately, yes, ma'am, approximately.
Well, you were asked the last time you saw them, and you said hour and a half to 2 hours ago, and then she followed up 2 hours ago. You just heard that?
I did hear that, and I said approximately to her question.
Okay.
When was the last time you saw them, Maggie and Paul?
Well, at the kennels.
Right after I took the chicken from Bubba.
And the video we've seen is timestamp 8:44 p.m. Is that correct?
That's right.
So was it shortly after 8:44?
It was.
And
It wasn't long after that, because you can hear when Bubba gets the chicken, and it wasn't long after I took the chicken from him that I left.
And then you called 911. There are records of that, but do you remember roughly 9:07 or right before 9:07?
I mean, I've seen the records and seen the transcripts, yeah.
And then this is, and the records of this, but this is some minutes into the conversation with 911 operators, correct?
That's right. Like,
Knowing everything we know now, I mean, was it roughly an hour and a half the last time you saw him?
it was. That would, with the time of however long it took to get to this point, however many minutes that is 10:10 to 10, however many, you can look exactly and see what point this is and know what time it is, but it's between 10 and 10:15. And so I'd seen them around 8:45, a little bit after.
All right, please keep going.
What they were doing at all?
What is the keypad?
No, I talked to
Jim?
her in person.
Ask
talked
him
to
what
her
the
in person?
keypad is.
And please hurry.
But we're getting somebody out there too. Me asking you these questions, don't slow them down, okay? And you sure they're not breathing? Is he moving at all, your son? I know you said that she was shot in the head, but what about your son?
How did he know Maggie was shot in the head?
Nobody. They're not. Neither one of them.
We haven't seen the pictures, but I don't know if it was as obvious as Paul. But the jury will decide that.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about to...
What's the keypad?
Did you go back to the house and get a gun?
I did.
And is this the gun that that you got?
I think the reason the prosecution's not arguing
And how
deleting
did
is
you
they're
load
going to
this gun?
argue
What-
it
I
to
mean,
the
what did
jury.
you load it with, if anything?
The jury can see it. They're just going to let the jury see it.
That was gun, as best I can remember, I believe I got that gun off the pool table where you heard there was some other gun. I think that gun was laying with that pool table. I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure it was on that pool table. That would have been the first place I came to. I know I was grabbing the first gun I could get. I grabbed a handful of shells out of the, that I could get my hands on. I know the gun had a shell in it, that I loaded, and I know I had a few shells, so.
Have you seen in this case where there was a 16 gauge shell put in that gun?
I've seen in the records and I've seen and heard in the testimony that I put a 16 gauge shell in the gun.
Is that a 16 gauge shotgun?
It's not a 16 gauge shotgun. It's a
Why'd you
12
put
gauge.
a 16 gauge shell in it?
I obviously didn't realize what I was doing. I mean, I know you can't put a 16 gauge shell in a
obviously
12 gauge gun.
Don't
and not-
realize.
I mean, I've been hunting my whole life. I know you can't do that. That's not a mistake I would have made. That's not a mistake I'd have made under any circumstances other than that night.
Which I think goes to his distress.
Why did you go back to the house to get a gun?
I don't think it goes to him cleaning up a murder necessarily.
I just
Either
didn't
way,
know.
he's
I didn't
stressed
know. I mean,
either way, and you can argue that either way with most things in this case.
Solid. I don't know. I mean, it's just. I didn't know if somebody was still out there. I don't know. I guess I didn't know.
Please keep going.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no ma'am.
Okay.
I like the way they're breaking down the 911 call.
Go back to where he said he's going to my house to get a gun, just a few seconds back, 10 seconds maybe.
I know you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
Back up some
I
more.
will not do
Back up some more, please.
my house just to get a gun just in case.
What is your telephone number?
942-1227. I'm going back to my house just to get a gun just in case. I'm about 100 yards from my house.
Al, you said you're about 100 yards from the house?
That's what I said.
Is it much further than that?
I mean, as you've heard in the testimony, it's 1,100 and something feet, but
Okay.
I said I was 100 yards.
You were wrong about your estimate?
I'm sure I was wrong.
Okay. Keep going.
Okay.
And does anything look out of place?
Ma'am, not particularly, really, no ma'am.
Okay.
His car, the SUV was impounded. There was no handgun in the SUV. I know people said he normally carried a pistol,
I know
but
you're upset, Mr. Murdaugh, but I don't want you to get a gun and have a gun out whenever my officers get there, okay?
I will not do that. He's been being threatened by, my son had a boat wreck. He's been being threatened for months and months and months. He's been hit several times, and he should finally quit.
Do you know who was threatening your son?
those sounds are not what I was commenting on. There's a keypad, a particular keypad different than the 911 system.
Over the phone. 1 second.
And you don't know the name of who was threatening him at all?
My son knows, and my son knows.
Your son knows who was threatening him?
I have another son, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh, he's talking about Buster. Okay.
All right, I'm going back down there.
Rob said he normally drove the F-150, and that's the one that had the gun in it. I saw in the chat I couldn't grab it because there's 58,000 people in here. So I couldn't grab it up quickly enough, but I saw it. That. I don't know if that's 911 or if that's him getting in and out of his car or something. That's the noise that seemed out of place.
All right.
Because I've never heard that on a dispatch call before.
The next tape of the same call.
2021, 22 hours, 13 minutes, 58 seconds.
Okay, this is the transfer.
Are they close, ma'am?
Yeah, they've been around with you ever since you got on the phone with me. I have multiple people coming out there to you.
Now, those are dispatch sounds.
This is a whole bloody fun.
Okay, can you do me a favor, Mr. Murdaugh, and turn on the flashers on your car so that way they can see where the kennels are?
In the audience, that's John Marvin. His brother. You know he's back up at the kennels now.
Do you have your flashers on for me, Mr. Murdaugh?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't want you to touch them at all, okay? I don't know if you've already touched them, but I don't want you to touch them just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I already touched them trying to get to see if they were breathing.
Not, Allie, that second clip starts at 22:13, 10:13, 58, and you're asked, you're told don't touch them. Had you touched them by then?
Yes,
And that way you told the 911 operator.
it is.
At what point did he wash his hands, though?
Can you say exactly during that 6-7 minutes when you actually touched them?
I know I touched Maggie. I touched Maggie several times, but I mean, I think I didn't. I don't think I touched Pawpaw, but 2 times.
Did you touch one or both of them before you got in the car and drove back to the house?
Yes. Yeah.
One or both? Do you know?
Both.
All right, keep going, please.
Okay. Well, I just don't want you to move anything just in case they can get any kind of evidence, okay?
I like how they're going through the 911 call and letting him explain, though I hate how peaky the 911 call is.
Oh.
Okay. And did your son, I know you said that he had been threatened, did your son make reports of this at all?
Yes, ma'am.
He did.
Al,
I'm glad they're asking
you
about
informed
that.
the 911 operator that Paul had made reports of these threats. What are you referring to?
I'm glad they're asking.
I mean, I just know that it had been reported. I don't know that. I mean, I don't believe there was any formal police reports or.
Then what do you mean?
That type of thing, but I mean, it had been reported, and I mean, it was well known.
They probably just called the people that they
Were you
knew.
saying he had filed some
called-
official report?
they knew
when
everybody.
You said yes.
No, I never thought there was a police report or some formal report like that, no.
Do you know whether or not he made some type of report on campus?
Oh, I know he did.
What do you know?
I mean, I know that
On campus.
there was
Oh, they must have it.
a time
It's a good question,
when
Rob.
he was asked to come meet with, God, I can't even remember the gentleman's name now, but I appreciated it so much that I never thought I'd forget it, but
Is it part of student counseling service?
yeah, he was the dean of students.
That actually feels accurate to me.
But anyway, he reached out to Paw and wanted to talk to him. And, I mean, at first we were concerned, you know, why they want to talk to him? And, I mean, even
If it's a threat to campus
I
safety,
believe I
of
had
course they
Paul
wanna
come
to
talk
him.
to you about that because we were concerned, well, what are they going to talk to him about? But when Paul and Jim got there, it turns out that
So
it
Jim's
was
a witness
really
again?
just,
Because Jim was there. Because Jim was Paul's lawyer.
I mean, they were wanting to make sure he was okay.
I mean, if there's a threat to a
You
student
know,
on your campus, I think you'd want to know. I think that's fair.
Just make sure he was okay. And
Totally
I
fair.
know that, you know, they were aware of the threats or some level of threats. And so, yeah, I mean, it had already been reported to them.
Yeah, Jim again, right in the mix.
Keep going, Doug.
But that, again, makes sense.
Now, what's your son's name?
Paul,
Paul?
ma'am, I'm going to call. I need to call some of my family.
Okay.
On this.
Well, do me a favor for me. Whenever you see the officer or the medics, because they're all coming to you,
Put
can
the
you
gun
put your
down.
gun in your vehicle for me?
Put your gun down.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, we have them come in, turn on the flashes on your vehicle so they can see you, okay? You got the flashes on for me?
I did.
Okay. All right. Just, whenever you see them, put your gun up for me, okay?
Okay.
How old is your son?
22.
Okay. All right. We're getting them out there to you, okay?
And I will answer you call.
All right.
And that always, it just...
So, Alec, did you call family
22.
after you got off the call with the operator?
Yes.
Who'd you call?
I know I called my brother Randy. I know I called my brother John. And I know I tried to call Roro. Well, Roro's not family, but I called Randy and John. And I called Randy and John.
And Maggie's
then
family?
You just mentioned Roto. You mean
Rogan. We called him Roro. I called him Roro.
Everybody's got a nickname. We know that.
why did you try to call Rogan?
He's asking because the state's made a big deal about it.
I mean, Rogan's house was like, I don't know, as the crow flies, maybe 2.5 miles, 3 miles. I mean, Rogan was like family.
Did you think he was the closest person?
Yeah, I just wanted somebody. I wanted somebody to be out there.
That we're aware of.
Had you seen Rogan's name on Paul's phone in any way that night?
No.
You called. Did Rogan answer?
No.
Did you try him multiple times?
Looking at these records, I believe that I did, but I believe some of those are like the FaceTime calls that are to Rogan.
You were trying to FaceTime
I'm trying to
him?
call him, but I don't believe that was me, actually. I didn't FaceTime. I mean, I didn't FaceTime people. So I think that's either me trying to call him and hitting FaceTime, or that's me hitting buttons or hitting the phone.
In the State's Exhibit 519, which is the condensed timeline done by Agent Rudofsky, there's an indication, Alec, that at 10:22:09 you opened a group text message from Michael Gunn stating, "She brought the heat for Miami boys." Were you reading text messages from Michael Gunn right after you got off with the 911 operator?
I heard them ask that question. I can promise you I wasn't reading any text messages.
We switched topics real quick. I got more questions about that text, but they're going to ask about searching for restaurants.
Alec, that says at 10:40 p.m. that you did a Google search or a Safari browser search for Whaley's at Edisto while your wife and son are laying dead on the ground. Did you do that?
No. Whaley's is a restaurant at Edisto that we ate at a lot of times. We got takeout from a lot of times, so I'm assuming it was in my search history.
Oh, don't
Pulling
explain.
up the restaurant, and obviously
Look at Jim's
trying
face.
to call
Jim's
people
like,
or
stop,
dialing, and
stop
I hit
trying to
that.
explain.
I wasn't doing any Google searches.
Jim's like, stop trying
And
to
is
explain.
one of the persons that you dialed that night a wedding photographer?
It's a guy named Brian White. I saw that on the call log. Brian White's a guy who was in my, what do you call it, contacts, that is a videographer that I've used in cases. I haven't used him in 2 years.
Lends
And he's a
credibility
good guy,
to just
but we're not personal friends, so
fat-fingering the
certainly
phone.
wasn't calling him.
I don't think the call logs are wrong. I think he was
So were you?
frantically doing stuff on his phone, which cuts both ways.
What does that indicate to you that those actions on your phone? How do you account for that?
Don't argue the call logs are
Obviously, they're unintentional. I mean, I'm doing something with my
logical
phone trying to
explanation.
call people, but I'm not trying to call those people. I'm not doing a Google search for any Whaley's restaurant, and I'm certainly not reading any text.
But again, the fat fingering
I'll ask you,
makes sense if he was distraught.
Go to the jury room for a break of about 10 minutes. Please do not discuss the case. You'll stay put, Mr. Murdaugh.
Why are we taking a 10-minute... What? Wait, what? Why are we taking a 10-minute break? All right, I'm going to answer as many questions as I can. Hi, everybody. I'm going to wait to see what the judge says about why we are taking a 10-minute break, because lunch is in about a half an hour, so I don't know why he's taking a break. So we're going to just wait and see, and I'll answer questions while we do that. Just a reminder for all of you, hi, you can go ahead and subscribe if you like commentary. I do commentary. That's what we do over here.
We'll take a 10-minute recess.
Your Honor, what? The judge just has to go to the bathroom, I think. That is my rampant and wild speculation, is that the judge is like, I'm not doing this for another half an hour. I think the judge just needs, I agree with the chat. I think the judge just needs to pee. I think that's exactly what just happened there. All right, so we are on a 10-minute break. The jury's out of the room before we get to lunch. I'm going to answer as many questions as I can. I'm just going to remind you, for those that are new, go ahead and do the YouTube-y things. I know this testimony has been a lot, so I'm sure that you haven't taken a break to do that, and I understand. And chat in the chat. Also, if you want to go ahead and sign up, we broke the internet again with our Law Nerd alerts. So if you want to go sign up to Law Nerd Alert, go ahead over to lawnerdalert.com and do that. It's just lawnerdalert.com. And you can sign up. That's our email alert system, so we can let you know what's going on. It is our regular practice to email you twice a day. Or not twice a day, twice a week. Fuck no, twice a day. I hate getting emails. Twice a week to let you know what streams are coming up, what topics are coming up, what podcasts are out, so that you can stay in the loop. We have a large international audience, and we can't keep everybody in the loop on the text 404. Because of course, every time we hit it, we fixed that yesterday. If it doesn't work, lawnerdalerts.com. Did we bing again? I think we did bing again. We're at 696 on that road to 700K. Kelly's asking, is this helping? We're going to have a conversation about if this is helping or not. Judge usually takes a break when he notices something in the jury or gallery. Sometimes yes, but I also think the judge might just need to go to the bathroom. So Casey said, work from home today so I could stream. Just found out my law firm is streaming you from the conference room. Cassie's working from home. She's working very hard. We're just coworkers today. So hi, everybody. This is wild. I can't wait to see. The lawyers are going to have lots of conversations about this, because here's the thing about all of this. The lawyers are in a tough spot. I think Alec wanted to testify. I think he wanted to explain. I think he felt that the only way, and I think his lawyers felt that the only way around with all of these financial crimes was to explain. The only thing to do was to explain that he lied to the police, explain that he was at the kennels, and then explain. So he had to explain it to the jury. I think he was in that position of having to explain. I think it's a tough position for him to be in. I also don't think the state's case, I don't think the state's case forced his hand other than that Snapchat video. I don't think there was anything in the state's case other than the Snapchat video where you go, he has to explain because of this. I really don't think that there is. The state's case, a lot of it can be argued both ways, and it's going to come down to the jury's effectively arguing both ways. So for those of you getting a 404 error, just try it again. Sometimes when we get high volume on Law Nerd Alert, you can try Law Nerd Alerts with an S, and that will help as well. We have 2 directs in there because sometimes it just volumes it. So you should be able to get there. But if the website has crashed because there's a lot of law nerds, I apologize. We will. Yesterday at lunch, I was on with them, and I will be on with them again today at lunch, it seems, because they are supposed to be able to handle the volume of the law nerds. They should be able to take it all. Why can't they? So with the defendant testifying, I think the fact that he's on the kennels video after lying pushed his hand a bit. I don't think he knew that his hand was being pushed until he saw that kennels video. I don't think they're going to ask him about talking to Blanca, about talking to Miss Shelley. That's all going to come in cross-examination, which I don't know. We'll get to cross-examination well after lunch if we get to cross-examination today. So law nerds, just keep trying. And let's continue on. We're going to answer questions as best as we can. Dope since 1986 said, where did this nickname come from? Do you think this was a bad idea for the defense? I generally always think it's a bad idea to waive your Fifth Amendment right. I think when we're not dealing with self-defense, the hand is not pushed as much. And I also think that 2 things can be true in this case. I think the jury can believe Alec Murdaugh is a liar. I think that's the thing that's been proven well beyond anything else. Alec Murdaugh is clearly a liar, and he's comfortable lying. He lies fluidly and easily. He stole from his clients. But I do think there's holes enough in the prosecution's case that if the defense effectively argued it, they can argue he's a liar, but he's not a murderer. And I don't know if he needs to get on the stand to admit that he's a liar for that to happen. I don't know if the jury will think that he is being genuine with them after it's proven that he's lied so much. And once he testifies, depending on what he says, it puts his attorneys in a harder spot to argue. We will see. So far, he's explained quite a lot of detail with regard to his parents' house, not as much for the night of the murders. But then again, the attorneys are going to argue he's traumatized. What he saw is traumatic. So of course he isn't able to remember all these details, and he's defaulting into the details that are more comfortable. We will see. So thank you all for the super chats again. I will be pulling them up during the testimony and trying to answer questions. So with that, Misty said, I wanted to thank EDB and all in the chat for being here. No one here talks law around with me, and cases would get lonely out a place here. Without a place here, I think so too. That's what we're all here. We're all here to talk about the stuff that we're interested in and have different opinions. So I saw a number of you in the chat saying things like, I'm sorry, I believe him. Please don't say sorry. You don't have to say sorry. Your opinion is your opinion. We are all going to have different opinions about this case. We all come at cases from different perspectives. Don't apologize for having an opinion. It's okay to just say, in my opinion, I believe this testimony, or in this opinion, I don't believe this testimony, or I believe parts and I don't believe parts, which is probably where a lot of people are, because there's parts in this where I'm like, no, I absolutely believe that. And there's parts in it where I'm like, I don't believe that so much. And that's what the jury's going to have to go through. So please don't ever feel the need to apologize for having an opinion and finding where you see this case. This case is not clear cut to me at all. It's just not. It's not at all. So it's not a clear case. It's not an easy case. This is a shit show of a case. There is so much information. There's a very tight timeline. It is a circumstantial case, which is allowed. Circumstantial cases can be proven beyond a reasonable doubt, but it's a circumstantial case. Y'all are going to have different opinions on it. So please don't feel the need to apologize as we evaluate this case. The jury's told not to make up their mind yet. I'm trying not to make up my mind yet. And I think a lot of us are in between of, I think he's involved, but I'm still not sure. Either the state has proved it, if the jury will find it. This is a hard case. And that's absolutely okay to still be grappling with this case, with the facts in this case, with the timeline in this case, because the timeline's really fast. Where did the clothes go? Where did the guns go? But he says he touched everybody and he's got no blood on him. There are things in this case that you're like, but this, but then also this, but then this, but then also that. It's not an easy case. So all I ask from the chat, A, don't apologize for having an opinion. B, don't try to keep an open mind. And when you listen to things that challenge what you think, it's okay to run those through the thought process and challenge and talk about how they challenge you. Or, hey, this is shifting my opinion. And just know for yourself where you're seeing those things shift. Evaluating how you're thinking about this case and how you're feeling about this case is a great exercise too. And not just critical thinking, but taking in information and new information and being able to stay flexible the way this jury is being asked to, which is exhausting. This jury has to process a ton of information, and that is a lot of mental processing. TB said, are they allowed to ask leading questions if it's their witness then? TB, no. No. On direct examination, you're supposed to ask open-ended questions. On cross-examination, when it's not your witness, that's when you get to ask leading questions. The prosecution is not objecting. We have seen a desert of objections in this case, but I think this one is strategic because they're going to say who was testifying here? Jim Griffin or Alec Murdaugh? You saw his questions. I think they're just letting the jury see it because there's times when you see Jim kind of trying to back up and not lead too much. And we heard how much they led in that police interview that was barely an interview with Alec after the roadside incident. It was mostly an interview with Jim and Poot speaking for him. They're just letting the jury see it. That's what I think the strategy behind that is. I think Creighton will go in. I don't think he starts out on fire. What did you think of how Jim Griffin started this cross-examination? Were y'all caught aback when he's like, did you blow your son's brains out? That's how he started this direct examination. Were you just like, what in the fuck? I mean, he definitely started with the questions that are most present on the jury's mind, but it might have felt like it was intended to be shocking. And I don't know how that will play with the jury either. This jury is tired. This jury is tired, but it is a bold statement to come out with shock value. The jury's already in shock that he's testifying. The jury's already awake and paying attention. So with that, John Grisham is in the courtroom. I don't even know if I know what John Grisham looks like. I now know what all of Alec Murdaugh's family members look like, but I don't know if I know what John Grisham looks like. But I'm not surprised. Everybody keeps talking about him entering the chat. So if he's actually in the courtroom, he has actually entered the chat, and I am not surprised by that at all. After admitting to so many lies, how is the jury supposed to believe this testimony? Lies about some things, not about others. The state's going to have to argue it. Could we please be kind to Buster and John, Marvin, and Randy and Lynn? They are victims. This is brutal. Be mean to Alex. I don't care, but gosh, Emily, you're right. And I'm always so impressed. Well, thank you. People are dynamic. I talked about that yesterday. People are dynamic. Our lives as humans are really messy. And so two things can be true at once. If you've listened to any of the jail tapes, you might not have the most favorable opinion of Buster. It doesn't mean that he's not going through absolute hell with his family. It's an interesting thing. It's just an interesting thing. But people are dynamic. Their lives are messy. And I can't imagine what it is like for Buster to sit in a courtroom with his family members, with his dad accused of killing his wife or his brother and mother. It's just a wild thing. It's a wild thing. He didn't know when they died. He didn't know it was so close to the time he was there. So the original lie still seems weird, which is fair. Wouldn't Alec want to talk to Rogan because he knew Rogan was talking to Paul prior to his death? Isn't that a better story explanation? I mean, we don't get to decide what Alec has in his head, but Alec said he wanted people there. That's all he said. The white-haired guy behind the defense is the head of SLED, Chief Mark Keel. We've been asked about him a lot, so thank you. We appreciate it. Do they ever check Paul's social media? The keypad sounds like he was texting. Big guy's wifey. This is a fantastic question. I don't think anybody did. I don't think anybody went to check Paul's social for whether he was being threatened. We've heard nothing about it, but wouldn't that be the first thing you would want? Wouldn't you want to subpoena all the DMs that were being, that were being threatened to Paul? Wouldn't you want to start running down all those threats on social media? I would think you would. It's the first thing Alec brings up is the boat case. We have heard nothing about subpoenas for those sorts of things. We've heard a narrow subpoena from Snapchat regarding the video, but we've not heard about broad subpoenas much. So they might have done that, but we haven't heard a ton about it. Then again, we are in the end of week 5 on this case. So there might have been things that I have forgotten, but we didn't hear a ton about it. So TJ Ventura said his Southern demeanor will play well with the jury. It might, unless they are also tired of him. So though they might believe parts of his story, they might not believe all of it. We'll see. Since the beginning, I have felt this was a really bad accident he couldn't back out of. Like maybe he accidentally shot Paul first and had to clean it up. I don't know what the jury will think. But he did say, I would not intentionally harm them. How do you feel about the statement in the beginning where he said he would never intentionally hurt? Hey, I should have kept reading, Headwag. I thought it was an interesting distancing statement. And what the jury will read into that or not, what the prosecution will read into that or not, we will see. I thought it was an interesting distancing statement.
Please be seated.
When they bring the jury, I'll do more of the YouTube plugging things, but now we are back from break. Let's see what the judge has to say. I agree. Why was Buster not called first? And why, if he thought this was related to the boat case, he wasn't checking on Buster to see if Buster was safe. But I also think the defense is in a pickle because they can't really argue.
Bring the jury.
Bring the jury. Drug debt and stuff, because Alec has made this about the boat case. So in Alec's mind, this is about the boat case. So even if they argue a lot of other people wanted to harm Alec, we're still at the boat case. Y'all go ahead and do the YouTube-y things, the likey, subscribe-y things. You know the things to do. Your YouTube audience, you know what to do. What do you make of him saying he didn't trust SLED? I think that's bullshit. Or, here's the alternative. Or, he didn't trust SLED because he didn't have a relationship with them the way he has a relationship with Carlton County Sheriff. But I don't think he was ever paranoid that cops were driving behind him. He kept his badge on his dashboard. But with all of that, we will see. I don't think they're going to get to the end of his direct examination, definitely not until well after lunch. Also, if you have not seen yesterday's podcast, we have a lot to talk about in the Idaho case. And that's what I covered in yesterday's podcast, The Emily Show.
Yes, sir.
He's like, you may continue. All right, Jim Griffin, let's continue. I'm going to go with a slightly bigger screen for a little bit because I'd like to see it. I'd like to see it more. So, yeah, the Beards were not his buddies, it seems. But I don't know. That's my interpretation of it, knowing a lot about this case at this point.
You've talked about going to Paul's body and Maggie's body.
True. SLED didn't do a great investigation. Kim,
blood
absolutely right.
on you, on your hands,
Ooh,
or any
blood.
part of you?
Yep.
Yes.
Good questions.
Do you know with whose blood you would have gotten on you?
I know I got blood on my fingertips.
Can you
Any more
differentiate,
detail? Can you
know,
elaborate on
Maggie and
that?
Paul?
It's probably both.
Fingertips?
Except with so much blood.
There was no blood under your nails, though.
But
There, turns out there was a drop of blood on the steering wheel of the Suburban. Do you know how that got there?
I mean, if it was fresh, I put it there. If it was not fresh, I mean, Maggie drove my car all the time, but
The work car? The
I
Suburban, your
assume
work
it got
car?
there from me touching Maggie and then touching the steering wheel that night.
And then I think
Which
maybe there
is reasonable.
possibly
If you had blood
blood
on
on
you.
this gun, maybe not. I mean, do you know if you got transferred blood on anything else that night?
If Maggie's blood's on that gun, then I put it there. I mean, Maggie didn't really fool with guns other than to put them up.
Blood will stay in the crevices of your
Did you submit
fingerprints,
to
though.
a GSR examination
When did
that
you
night?
clean it?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about earlier, and that Brian Varner does
He didn't
testified
ask.
about.
How does
Were
the
your
defense
hands
not ask
swabbed?
That's right.
when you cleaned your
And then your-
hands?
Clothes were collected by, I don't know if it's Agent Owen or someone else.
That's correct.
And turns out there's some GSR on your shirt and on your shorts.
Don't leave that for cross.
Did you handle this gun? This is,
Yes.
When blood gets under your
before you
nails,
do that.
it's hard to clean out.
Yes, I basically had that gun with me until I put it up against my car. When the police officer, I think it was Mr. Green, got there, I put it against my car.
Oh, and I have no criticism if you watch his hands.
and I think.
They just need to talk
Nolan
about
testified
when.
that this is, one of the shotguns Paul liked to use.
It is.
Was he meticulous about cleaning his guns?
Pawpaw?
Yeah.
No. Now, when he cleaned it, he was meticulous about it, but it was far and few between when he actually cleaned them.
Your shirt went through testing and analysis, and you were
You gonna ask him if you went
part
deep
of this
sea
case
fishing in
provided
it?
results of that, were you not?
Yes, sir. I mean, I wasn't providing at the time. I've seen them
Right.
seen all these records.
You, well, just let me ask you, did you get on your shirt high velocity blood spatter from being within a distance of a shooting Maggie or Paul?
There's no way that I had high velocity blood spatter on me.
Nobody said he did at this point.
Had you seen reports that said that at one point in time?
I have seen reports that said that.
Baiting the prosecution with that blood spatter
Just to
expert
be
that's
clear,
not
were you
coming
anywhere in
in.
the vicinity when Paul and Maggie were shot?
I was nowhere near Paul and Maggie when they got shot.
After SLED collected your clothing that night at the main residence at Moselle,
He didn't ask, do you
remember
know when
changing
Paul
in?
and Maggie
Remember
got
what you
shot,
changed
which is
into?
also interesting.
Do I remember?
yeah.
I know I changed clothes, and I've learned since then what I had on, but I
You don't remember? Okay.
don't remember that at all. But I understand I had on athletic shorts and a T-shirt.
Sure. And other people have talked about this, I'm not going to repeat it, but where did you
As I
spend
repeat
the
it.
night, or where'd you go to after leaving Moselle when you left for the evening?
We went to Alameda too. We went to my mom and dad's house, and we stayed there.
And who went with you?
I believe that Bus in Brooklyn and I rode together. John Marvin might have been with us. I know John Marvin stayed at Alameda with us. I just don't know if he rode in the same car we rode in. But I know I rode with Buster in Brooklyn. I know that for a fact.
And the next morning, what'd you do? And we're talking about daylight hours on June the 8th. What did you do?
And we basically got up and came back to Moselle.
Yeah, Bus is a
Do you
nickname
remember
of
roughly
Buster.
what time you got to Moselle?
I don't remember. No, I don't remember what time. There's things I remember about that morning, but I don't remember exactly what time we left.
And Alec, we'll
I think that's
get
fair.
to this in more detail, but during that period of time, is it hard to remember times, what time things started and stopped, and how long things took?
I mean, it's definitely hard to remember. Now, looking at these timelines and all these records, I mean, it sure helps, but to just do it off the top of my head is very difficult.
Okay, and we'll get to more of that. When you went back to Moselle on the morning of June the 8th, do you know whether you took a shower there, or took a shower at Alameda, or took a shower at all?
Now, I know we took a shower at Moselle. I did not take a shower before I left Alameda. We basically got up and went to Moselle. Maggie's mom and dad.
They were there?
They were coming. To tell them, see them. We got up. I mean, we got up from Alameda and we left and we went to Moselle.
And do you know, do you even recall SLED coming in and searching the house for anything on the 8th?
I knew that, I knew they were doing it, yeah. I knew they were doing it. But I don't remember, I wasn't out in that gun room and see all that video and all that, but I knew SLED, was coming in there. I mean, we made the house available for them to come in there. So, I mean, I can't tell you details, but yeah, I remember it.
Did you at one point just tell SLED they had carte blanche to search anywhere, anytime?
I told SLED they could do anything, anywhere, anytime that they wanted to. Anything to do with me, my property, my cars.
They sure didn't.
Even though I didn't own the cars, I would get my law firm owned the cars. I would have the people. They had full
Carte
whatever
blanche.
they wanted.
They sure didn't take you up on that,
They
did
were
they?
welcome to.
And did you have any discussions with David Owen or anybody at SLED about consenting to General Motors to get that off the car?
Every time that I talked to David Owens, I would ask him about getting OnStar data and GPS
And
data.
GM sure
from
didn't turn it
phones.
over, did they? Till the
And why
middle
was
of
it important
fucking
to you
trial.
to get OnStar data and GPS data from the phone?
To confirm where
What he
I
did?
was saying I went, what I did, GPS.
And it does
No,
confirm
at that
most
point
of
in
what he
time,
said.
I knew that Maggie's phone had been taken, and I knew that my Suburban and my phone and Maggie's phone never crossed paths, and that was extremely important to me. And I asked him about it every single time we talked, every single time.
And speaking of Maggie's phone,
I don't
did
think
you
they're
know her
convinced that he
password
asked every single
to her
time.
phone?
Yes, I knew her password.
Did you know her password to her computer?
Yes,
Did she know your password?
yes.
Okay. And when Maggie's phone was located on the side of the road, did you provide SLED the password to her phone?
I did. I think I actually provided it to John Marvin, who provided it to SLED, but I'm the one who gave it to him.
Right.
I think that's right. That's what law enforcement testified to.
And your knowledge that Maggie's have these location services on her phone. She used them frequently.
I think the phone's going to be a big
all the
deal.
time.
They
One
said
of Maggie's
law enforcement said a
things
lot of that
she
was
liked to
turned
do
off, though.
was
They said most of those location services
there's
were
an
turned
app
off.
called Find My Friends that you can see what other people are doing and they can see what you're doing. Maggie loved me, Bus, Paw, Brooklyn, Grandma, Papa T, Marion.
Oh, I'm not sharing my location with that many
girls,
Sure.
Lizzie. And there were a few others, but
Sure
the people
not.
that were closest to her, she had them all in her phone, and she loved to look at that phone and see where people are, and she'd love to surprise you. Like, let's say you're at Walmart, she looks on there, and
What
she'd
you
love
doing
to
at
text you,
Walmart?
get me a TV from Walmart or something, you know, like, because she followed you and see where you were. She used it
Yeah, that's a no
all
for me.
the time.
I don't
And
doubt
so,
that that's true, but that's a
you
no
know,
for me.
I just
Dog.
knew that there would be GPS data
Immediate family.
on Maggie's phone.
And
Now,
it seems
when
that
you're being
GPS got
interviewed on
overwritten.
the night of
But there was no Find
June
My
7th.
iPhone data,
and again on June the 10th,
which sucks.
what was your understanding as to why they were interviewing you? Why were you being interviewed?
On
By
June the
SLED?
7th and June the 10th?
Yes, sir.
It calls for speculation, really. Why were you being interviewed?
What's the question again?
Calls for speculation.
What is his understanding of why SLED was interviewing him on the night of June the 7th and again on June the 10th?
He could just ask. It would go to his state of mind if he
And the
just
basis
asked,
for the objection?
what did they tell you?
401 and 402, Your Honor.
I think that should come in.
What do you mean?
Yeah.
Relevance, Your Honor. His understanding is not important. What
It
he
is.
said
It is highly important, Creighton. Wrong. Highly important what he thought when he walked into
Well,
those
I
interviews.
can-
It's highly important. And
It
it,
goes to his
state of mind when he goes to answer the interviews. I agree with you, Jim.
It goes to his state of mind. I mean, that's
And
what-
Jim's
that's what it
trying
goes
not to argue it to give Alex
Sustained.
the answer. I disagree with that being sustained.
to.
Do not agree. He walked into those interviews
Why
thinking
wasn't
he
it-
was getting info.
Why was it important to you to be able to get data from the Suburban, data from your phone, and data from Maggie's
I don't
phone?
agree with that.
I knew, at that point in time, I knew since I was the person who found Paw and Mags, that I was a suspect.
Yeah.
I mean, they
I
kept
disagree
talking
with
about
it being
this
sustained.
circle. But, I mean, I knew that. It was very important for me to find that, to get that.
Yeah, I think they can get it another way, which is what they're doing.
And
But
what was your belief as to that information? What would it have done for you?
There's no question in there that it would demonstrate that I couldn't have done this.
Couldn't
When was
have?
the data from General Motors off that Suburban finally obtained?
It was either this past Saturday or the Saturday before that, according to what
the prosecution
was said in this courtroom.
During this trial?
Absolutely.
He's like, I'm never buying another GM again.
And to your knowledge, was GPS data ever able to be located off Maggie's phone?
I mean, not just to my knowledge, it was not able to be gotten.
That's what they
You know,
testified
the
to.
testimony was in here that it couldn't be gotten. It only went back to June the 9th. Everything before that was erased on Maggie's phone.
Now, when, starting June the 8th, when that Moselle, did a lot of people come to support you, be with you on June the 8th?
On June the 8th,
Yes, sir.
like the next day?
Right.
Yes, sir. A lot of people.
And you mentioned your Maggie's parents and family came as well?
Yes, sir.
From that moment, June 8th, when folks, family came and to Moselle and you met with them, were you left alone by any of your family members the rest of that week?
Right, no time to go do it, to go stash things, go hide things is what they're getting
No,
to.
I mean, I was attached to Buster.
But it doesn't get into what he said to Blanca and Shelley, which will come up on cross.
At the hip. But, I mean,
And what
no,
happened on?
I wasn't.
And
And
what happened on June the 10th? Besides being interviewed by SLED?
My dad died. My dad passed.
And where did you stay, and with whom did you stay on the night of June the 8th, the night of June the 9th, the night of June the 10th?
On the night of June, you asked me to start on the 8th?
The 8th, yes, sir.
All right, starting on the 8th, I stayed with Buster every night. I stayed with Buster, and as long as Brooklyn was there, I stayed with Buster in Brooklyn. But we stayed with, I'm pretty sure that's beginning on the 8th. I know the 7th we stayed at Alameda, and I believe on the 8th we started staying at John Marvin and Lizzie's at Greenfield.
And how far is Greenfield from Alameda?
As the crow flies, I mean, it's no distance. It's less than 5 minutes. It's probably few minutes away.
I also measure
and who stayed
distance and
there?
time.
Did John Marvin and,
So I
and his wife
understand
Liz
that.
stay there as well?
Yes,
Yeah.
John and Lizzie.
How far is it? 10 minutes. Chat, do you measure
John and
distance and
Lizzie
time?
stayed there, and their kids, Bus
need to
and
know.
Brooklyn and I. I know Bubba and Maymay stayed there. Well, Lizzie's mom and daddy stayed there. And my daddy's best friend
A lot of you.
and
All right,
his
I'm not
wife
alone.
came in there.
Measuring
I believe
distance
they
of
came
time.
before my daddy passed. I know they came after he passed and stayed there.
And that, how many nights do you recall staying there at Greenfield?
So I stayed
that's
at
me.
Greenfield. The 7th was a Monday. I stayed Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Greenfield. I know that for a fact.
And the Maggie and Paul's funeral was Saturday, is that right?
Now, I heard that in this courtroom say it was Saturday, but
Is it a memorial services?
nah, their funeral was on Friday.
Oh, it was on Friday.
I know that for a fact, too.
So that when they went over on Saturday, the Easy Up was still
And
up,
your
or the
father's
tents.
funeral's on Sunday?
My father's funeral was on Sunday, and it was my father's funeral. I forget the term. But Sunday, that's when we put Papa and Max.
It's interesting he's choosing not to wipe
That's when we buried him.
his face, to me.
We didn't bury him when we had the service on Friday,
Damn it, Jim, move your head.
because I don't think
Thank
they
you.
were done. But that's when we buried them, along with my dad, on Sunday.
And Alec, what'd you do with the following week, that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday?
Starting when now?
So the day after your dad's funeral,
All right, Monday, I went to Grandma and Papa T's, Somerville,
at some point, Monday?
in the afternoon. You mean what did I do when I got up that
Yeah,
morning?
well, yeah, where did you stay?
We
Monday night?
stayed at Greenfield Sunday
Whoa.
night. So we woke up at Greenfield
Whoa.
on Monday.
Whoa.
And so, and Sunday night
was
you
a
were with
change in
the same
tone.
family members, your brother and Brooklyn and Buster and,
That's right.
okay, and Liz?
And Lizzie and Lizzie's mom and dad. And I believe Donnie and Paula were still there, but I can't remember when they left.
And then you went to Somerville with whom?
I believe I went to Somerville by myself, but I know Buster in the car by myself. I can't remember if Buster and I rode together, but I think we might have had separate cars. We probably did ride together that first day. I don't remember, but I know I went to Somerville and Buster was in Somerville with me, with Grandma and Papa T.
Oh no, I saw the
Somerville is
face
where
water.
Maggie's parents live?
That's right. That's Maggie's mom and dad. Maggie's mom is Grandma, and Maggie's dad's Papa T.
And did you stay with them for a few days in Somerville?
I stayed with them longer. In Somerville, yeah, I stayed with them. We stayed in Somerville Monday night, Tuesday night, Wednesday night, and then we went to Greenville.
Okay. And what was in Greenville?
My niece. That was she was having a baby, and Maggie had just been. She's just been so excited. So, she's just so proud of those girls. She was so excited about the baby. And so the baby being born just became such a big deal to me.
So was the baby born?
Yeah.
Okay. And you went
Yeah,
up?
baby was born. Beautiful little baby girl. Beautiful little mom.
And then did you go up to the lake after that?
We did. Well, I mean, we stayed at this lake, Kiowee, that y'all heard about, is really close to Greenville. And so when I say we went to Greenville, we really went to Lake Kiowee. But we went up there because, you know, and when she had the baby.
He does call everybody little.
I want to say
Seems
the
to be
baby
consistent.
might have gotten born shortly after we got there, like Thursday, but I think it was Saturday before we could go and see them and see my niece and see the baby. So, you know, I mean, that's where we went, was to Lake Kiowee.
All right.
But they live in Greenville.
Sandra P., yes, we do. We live here now. Xylo, they found no evidence of anyone at the house that wasn't family.
On the morning
That's
of June 16th.
why they had no other
I think that was
suspects.
that Wednesday. I think that's a Wednesday.
They're covering it
Where'd you
because
wake
all
up?
of this has been
Somerville.
testified to.
Did you ever go to Alameda on that day?
On Wednesday,
They're
Yes,
trying
sir.
to cover all of his time so that the prosecution can't argue, well, after the fact, he went and hid everything.
I don't
That's why they're
believe
covering
so.
his timeline.
Did you go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning on the?
I know for a fact that I didn't go to Alameda at 6:30 in the morning. I was in Somerville.
They're contradicting Miss Shelley's
I
testimony
didn't
with
go
that.
to Alameda at any point early in the morning. I was in Somerville, and I'm not positive about this, but I know those. I know they did I know some of those records they have. It was sometime before I left Somerville.
Okay. Did you ever take during that week? Let's just start with that week following your dad's funeral. Did you ever take a tarp into the house at Alameda? A tarp, a blue tarp.
The week following my dad's funeral?
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
So they're just going after Miss Shelley's testimony right now.
There's been, I don't know where it is in any of these boxes, but this blue rain jacket. Have you ever seen that before?
Never seen it before, never touched it, and don't know anything about it.
Okay. Did you, Did you ever remember taking a tarp at any point in time over the house of Elmina?
No, I don't remember it. I don't remember taking a tarp over there, but, you know, I mean, Shelley's got something in her mind about that, and there may have been some point, but I certainly don't remember it, and it certainly wasn't
The direct response to witnesses is kind of weird.
anytime around my dad's funeral or the weeks following.
I think we talked
They can recall Shelley.
briefly about
They can recall Shelley.
about your recollection of times, and
Okay.
and I just want to play Doug from State's Exhibit 517, which is the August 11th interview.
And I think those that
Starting at
believe
5
Shelley
minutes and 52 seconds.
are not going to
Pull that
take
clip
kindly
up,
to that
and I want you to listen to this.
because Shelley has everything to lose by testifying. and he
Tell
has
me again
everything
what
to
it
gain.
is.
It's August 11th interview, starting at 5 minutes and 52 seconds.
All right.
Can you go to 5 minutes and 52 seconds?
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We have been.
Who was at your house when you left? And what time did you go to the office?
We had been to a ball game that weekend. I don't remember exactly what time. It would have been somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30, probably.
Okay.
10 o'clock maybe at the latest.
Okay.
Something like that.
Al, on this tape, were you being asked when you went to work on the 7th?
Yes.
And you said 8:30 to 9:30 in the morning?
And then I think it said 10 o'clock at the latest.
Is that correct?
No, it wasn't.
Now I've seen all these records. What does it look like what time you went to work on the 7th?
A little afternoon.
All right. If we'll go to the Doug State's Exhibit 243, which is the June 10 interview.
You know, Mr. Griffin, on that same date, though, I also, if you play that thing, and I don't know if it's right then, but if you play that further, I also told him the best way to see exactly when I went in that door is to go and get my information from my law firm.
They did. They
And
went
I
and got the
told
swipe
them that
cards.
you know, we have a, you know how things are electronic now, where you don't have a key, you
Them
have a
things.
key card. And you have a key card in your wallet. And so when you use it, it creates like all this other stuff, a digital footprint. And I told David Owens that he could go get it from my office.
I bet he said it exactly like that, too. Go get it
Common response
then.
of yours when you're asked about specific times that you would give them, you know, your best estimate, but you would point them to where they could find the most accurate data?
Yes, sir.
You did that more than once?
Yes, sir.
So if we've got the June 10th interview, which is State's Exhibit 243, and Doug, I'd like to go to 9 minutes and 59 seconds. And here you're being asked, when did Paul arrive at Moselle?
Roughly what time in the afternoon?
You know, I would think it'd be somewhere in the 5 o'clock range, a little bit. It was broad daylight when we were, it wasn't dusk, dark, or late.
Okay.
You know, and we rode, you know, we just rode around. We rode around.
So did you tell him on June 10th that Paul got there at 5 o'clock time period?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I obviously did.
And was that incorrect?
Yes, sir. It was incorrect.
Okay. And what time did you, looking at the records now, what time did it look like Paul actually got there?
in looking at the records, it's clear that he got there sometime around 7 o'clock.
Did at some point in time you have a conversation with Shelley Smith about, how long you were over at Alameda
I'm
on
interested to see
the
what he
night
said.
of June the 7th? Do you remember?
I don't distinctly remember having a conversation with her about how long I was over there, but I know that I told Shelley Smith that
You don't
SLED
remember, or
was
you do
gonna
remember?
come and talk to her, and that I'd appreciate it if she would talk to them, and that she just needed to tell them the truth.
That's not what she said.
And did you take extra care not to talk to people that you knew SLED would be
That's
talking
leading.
Absolutely.
to? And why is that?
After this boat wreck that you've heard so much talk about in this courtroom, there were social media, newspaper. It went deeper than that, but there was so much talk about how I, fixed witnesses and
They haven't
structured
heard that.
the investigation. Just
They
things
haven't heard
were
that either.
Totally false, that were absolutely baseless, but it was said repeatedly, and it was reported repeatedly how I'd done this and with this witness and influenced this police officer and all these things.
They haven't heard
So
that.
I wasn't taking any chances.
Okay, now they've heard it now. It didn't come up much.
I wanna,
it
ask
came up
you
in the
about-
404s outside the
Can you
presence
take
of the
that down,
jury.
Dan? Thank you. Ask you about the August
But it didn't
August
come up
11th
much. But
interview.
it's going to come up more now.
With David Owen at the SLED office in, I think, here in Walterboro. Do you remember that?
Self-snitching.
August 11th, absolutely.
Because that came up.
Had you requested that meeting?
No, the state has
I've
not
been
brought
requesting, what I'd really been requesting is some information. I've been begging David Owens to come meet
it up.
with
He's like, that damn David Owens.
me, and specifically I wanted Grandma, Papa T. There were so many questions that I couldn't answer. And I've been begging him to meet with me and to meet with Grandma and Papa T. I've been begging him for weeks and weeks.
And did, when you went into the meeting on August 11th, did you think that's what it was for, to give you an update?
That's leading.
Yes.
And at the conclusion of the meeting, they let you know that you're their prime suspect.
What was said?
That's true. That's not exactly what was said. He's misstating the testimony, which is the proper objection.
Mr. Griffin?
I'll rephrase it. By the conclusion of the meeting, did they make it known to you that you were suspect?
Oh, there's no question about that. Absolutely. Now, he used a lot of, you hear it talk about how I'm in this circle and he can't get me out and this and that, but there's no doubt in my mind. There was no question in my mind what was going on.
Really? Because you
And
seemed, that's not what it seemed like in the interview, but okay.
During that meeting, did they show you the Snapchat video of you trying to stand up the fruit tree?
Yes.
And were you questioned about what clothing you were wearing?
And I can't remember this. I can't remember if he showed me the whole video or he showed me a picture of it.
He is pissed.
But I was definitely showed that information. I was definitely shown those clothes.
Oh, Cross is going
in
to be
that meeting
interesting.
on August the 11th.
And what clothes were you wearing?
The same ones you see in,
And do you remember what kind of pants?
it was khaki pants.
And what kind of shirt?
It's a button-down, short
Columbia
sleeve
style
button-down.
shirt.
I call it a dress shirt, but it's short sleeve button-down dress shirt.
It is a dress shirt. It's like a work
Like-
shirt.
Like the shirt you got there, but just short
Just
sleeve?
like this, but short sleeve, and it was colored.
And it was, what color was it?
Blue. Blue with some blue stripes.
And were you questioned about when you changed out of those clothes?
I was.
And did you have a follow-up? Did you have a conversation after that meeting with SLED with Blanca about what you were wearing that day?
Absolutely.
And what was the purpose of the conversation with Blanca?
Well, they had made an issue about that in that meeting, and I
wanted to clarify the issue.
Asked Blanca about those clothes that I had on earlier that day.
Did you ask her specifically about the blue shirt?
I asked her specifically about all the clothes.
Okay.
What I asked Blanca about specifically was, did she remember getting my clothes after she came back, when she came back to Moselle, did she remember getting my clothes? Is specifically what I asked her.
I see. And why were you asking her those questions?
Because on August the 11th, they had made an issue about me still wearing those clothes, not having changed clothes when I was in that Snapchat video. So that's why I went to Blanca.
They asked about
Did
it.
they ever ask you on August the 11th whether, they ask you for those clothes? Can you produce the clothes? Did they ask you that?
No, they didn't.
Have they ever asked you for those clothes?
Nope, they asked Blanca, and Blanca said she never saw him again. And they stopped with that.
No. As far as my understanding goes, my clothes were never an issue in this case until y'all figured out, as my lawyers figured out, that there was no blood spatter on me.
Oh, shit.
Sir? Is that objection, Your Honor? 401, 402, and beyond.
Ooh, Cross is going to be
speculation.
fiery. He's mad during direct.
It's a matter of public record. It's a matter of public record.
What is?
The issues with the shirt.
And the blood spatter.
Blood test.
It's a matter of public record.
Filed in this case.
That's not an answer, and it's not in evidence
Objection
before.
overruled.
It's not in evidence before this jury. But okay.
I'm well aware that my clothes never became an issue in this case until my lawyers
Oh shit.
proved that this blood spatter that they said I had on my shirt from my wife and my son was a lie, and that there was no blood on my shirt.
They definitely.
And once they filed the documents and they proved that that was a lie, all of a sudden the clothes I was wearing back on that day became an issue.
I don't disagree with that assessment, though. I'm going to be honest. I don't disagree with that assessment.
And that's in the weeks leading up to this trial.
SLED never focused on what he was wearing in that Snapchat video. I don't disagree with that.
Alec, after the
SLED didn't focus on it.
Maggie and Paul were murdered on June 7th.
SLED didn't focus
and 8th.
on it until
Where did you stay and where did you keep clothes?
the confirmatory testing, but he's mad about it.
Say that again, please.
Where were you staying overnight? Well, let me ask you this. Did you ever spend another night at Moselle after June 7th?
I never spent another night at Moselle.
Why not?
He's not mad at his lawyers. He's mad at the AG's office. They did not focus on the difference between the clothes.
Could've.
Oh, he's going to do whatever he's going to do on the stand. There's not a lot of reining him in, I don't think.
Okay. Where were you staying? Well, we talked about the days and weeks, a week afterwards, but where were you staying?
Oh, they absolutely should have focused on the clothes.
When you got
They
back
just
from the
didn't.
Lake Kiowee and Greenville?
I stayed. All right, so when I got back from Greenville, so
Yes,
that
sir.
would be so the first week up until my dad's funeral, then, all right, so that'd be the second week. All right, so after I know Bus and I stayed with Grandma and Papa T as much as I could. You know, I stayed with I stayed with my brother Randy a lot. I stayed with my brother John a lot. Bus and I stayed at Edisto a little bit. But at the beginning, I really stayed with either my brother Randy and his wife Christy, or I stayed with my brother John and his wife Lizzie. And basically at that time, Buster worked for Wild Wing at that time, and they had been so kind to him and they let him be off just for a ridiculous amount of time. They were so good to him. So he stayed with me. When he had to go back to work, he would stay at my brother John and Lizzie's because it was close. So I would stay with Randy and Christy in Hampton. When Buster was there, I would almost always go to John and Lizzie's when Buster was there. I would go to John and Lizzie's sometimes when Buster wasn't there.
But we've talked about this. I don't know why we're circling back to this, though.
Parker, one of my partners, had a guest house his mother-in-law had lived in when she was sick. That's really, it's right at the foot of Randy's drive. It's 100 yards, 70 yards from Randy's house. And I was going to move into that house until we figured out where I could live. So I had clothes there. I had clothes at Randy's. I had clothes at
The clothes aren't missing, he's saying.
John Marvin's.
They're just
I had
clothes everywhere.
at Chichesi, which is, I think you heard Buster talk about Chichesi's, like where we went to the river.
So he's getting to clothes are everywhere, so I didn't search everywhere.
I had clothes in Somerville. And I still had clothes at Moselle.
So your clothes. Yes, sir.
Last question.
No,
The
this.
court's ready for lunch. So are we.
So were your clothes spread out a lot of different places?
Yep.
Yes.
Lunch.
We'll break for lunch and return in an hour and 15 minutes. Please
Well,
not discuss the case.
what time would that be? So they're dismissing the jury. We'll wait and see if the judge has anything to say. He said they're taking an hour and 15 minutes. It is 12:25 Central, 1:25 on the East. So what, 2:30-ish? 2:40? 2:40 Eastern? I'll see if he says it to the lawyers.
Recess, let's see, it's 1:25, what's that? 2:40? Recess till 2:40.
Thanks, Your Honor. Thanks, chat, because chat is bae. Thanks, chat. We will be in recess till 2:40 Eastern. I will be back here then at 1:35, just about 5 minutes before that to recap. We're going to take a lunch break. I'm going to answer some questions before we take a lunch break. And then we will go from there. So let us answer some questions. Don't worry, in the background, we're also working on the website because the Law Nerds traffic crashed the website out here doing the thing. So we are working on that too on the back end. So don't worry, if you've not gotten to sign up for lawnerdalert.com or lawnerdalerts.com, we will have that up and running for you. So if you have not done the YouTube things, in the meantime, go ahead and do the like things, the subscribe things.
Again,
gosh.
we're here.
Yikes, what I didn't need was that was loud in my in-ears. All right, let us continue on. Did he say that Buster worked at Wild Wing, as in the golf course? I think he was working for Buffalo Wild Wings. I think, based on other things, but I don't know. Maybe that was my assumption. Maybe he did work at the golf course. I don't know where he was working. I haven't paid, after Buster got kicked out of law school, other than listening to the jail calls about the law school stuff, I haven't paid too much attention to Buster. So let's give a quick recap and go from there. Let us. Oh my God! All of the smart devices want to have their say at the moment. Really? We don't need you to have your moment, device. Okay. Let's see. Yes. I'm still answering about the website and answering here because live streaming is dynamic. All right, let's do a quick recap. That's not what I needed. I needed to swoop a dupe. Let's swoop. Alec Murdaugh took the stand in his own defense this morning, and that is where we live now. We are still on direct examination. We have seen him be upset. We have seen all of the face water. We have seen him get angry when talking about the clothes he was wearing and saying what a lot have said, that SLED and the AG's office didn't focus on the clothes he was wearing in the Snapchat tree bendy video until the lab results came back showing that there was not human blood on the shirt. Remember, the first test with the LCV was presumptive for blood. Then the shirt was all cut up. Things were testing. DNA was tested. The shirt went out for a blood spatter analysis. The state didn't bring in the blood spatter expert. I have a whole video on the defense motions about that blood spatter expert being kind of a shit show. Then they did the second test for blood, and those tests all came back negative. We saw that really interesting testimony with Barber going, okay, how many times did you test? How many different places did you test for blood? And coming back with it being, 70-0 testing for the presence of human blood on the shirt. So that is a big part of why he is so angry. He's like, nobody ever focused on the clothes I was wearing in that bendy tree video because they thought there was blood on the shirt. Once they said there wasn't blood on the shirt, then they shifted focus. And I think when the presumptive came back, yes, for blood, that the prosecution and law enforcement went, see, there's blood all over the shirt. It must have been washed. I don't know who looks at this timeline and went, he had time to launder a shirt, but okay. And then we got the testimony that the shirt smelled very fresh, but we know he changed the shirt. He now talked about it. He talked about getting blood on his finger tippy tips. There is no blood on his hands when they're examining his hands. Blood can get into the whorls of your fingerprints under your nails. I mean, he has no blood on his hands and no testimony about him saying, I touched my family. I drove back to the house to get a gun. I was horrified by the blood on my hands and was like, out. And there's no blood. Well, I would say there's no blood around Moselle, but would we actually know? Are you confident that we would know if there was blood on the doorknob when he opened the door from the car? But also, how are the hands so clean that there is one small drop of blood with just Maggie's DNA, not Paul's, on the steering wheel, unless he watched them at up near the kennels. It was going. I'm answering about the website too. Sorry, y'all. We're running all the things. So with that, we will see what the jury believes. We've got a long way to go in this direct examination before we get to cross-examination. We've already seen Alec get quite frustrated, and we're going to see it even more. We're going to just see it even more. We're going to see him getting more frustrated on cross. All right, with that, I saw a Lawnard celebration from Maryland. Oh my God, I finally got accepted. Congratulations, Maryland. Let's get to some of the stuff. Fushi said, you're not paranoid if they're actually after you. Alec did say at the beginning of his testimony he was paranoid. He feels like SLED is coming for him. I have mixed thoughts on that because I wonder how much Alec thought that his friends in law enforcement and the solicitor's office would never look at him as the suspect. But he had to know he was a suspect. He's the only one inside the circle. They told him that. So let's get to some questions and then we'll go from there. The jury might stick on, you lied to the police. Why? Well, if he was going to lie to the police, here's the correct response. Don't talk to them. But that's a hard thing to do when you come across a scene and it's your wife and kid that are killed and you need to call 911 to then say, I'm not saying anything. And he had lawyers present. The lawyers didn't do a whole lot, but he had lawyers present in all of those conversations. So we'll see. When they say anything can and will be used against you in court, we are seeing that play out in this trial. The prosecution will take every opportunity to take those facts and be like, right, but you didn't do this and you didn't do that and you said this and you didn't say that. That is how criminal trials work. That is how it happens. All right, let's get to questions real quick, and then we're going to get to lunch. I'm going to work on the website, and we're going to take a lunch break and have some all-dressed chips. That's what I'm doing. I think I saw a couple questions. Whose idea do you think it was for Alec to testify? Him. I think it was his idea to testify. But I also think the defense was in a place where they kind of felt that they had to answer some of these large questions and really did need to answer these big and glaring questions that are left. Though I think the defense could have very well argued, look, the prosecution didn't prove this beyond a reasonable doubt, and here's why, and here's why, and here's why. He wanted to testify, and you saw peaks of that. I think he wanted to yell at the prosecution sled about what they were doing. And we saw a moment of that. I think we're going to see more. I think he wants to fight with Creighton Waters. I absolutely think he wants to fight with Creighton Waters. So that is what I think. Is he allowed to talk to his lawyers during the breaks? Not about his testimony. He's not supposed to talk to them about his testimony while he's on the stand during breaks. Does anyone abide by that? I have no idea. He's not supposed to, and the jury's not supposed to either. I'd sure like to hear what Maggie's family thinks. I would too. I don't think they're going to recall Maggie's family. Sled didn't know about the video. It took months to break Paul's phone. That's true too. But I need to go look at when they got it from Snapchat, because they got things from Snapchat before they got the phone. So Sled knew about the Bendy Tree video before August 11th, 2021. So they could have started looking for those clothes then. Baseball, Gigi said, I don't think he did it. I'd hang the jury. And here's why this jury is this is the type of case where a jury is kind of at high probability to hang. It's because if you have people who believe he did it, they are not going to likely change their mind if they feel strongly that he did it. Because if you feel strongly that he did it, not much is going to sway you, and everything you see is going to confirm the fact that you think that he did it. And those who think that he didn't do it, who think that Sled did an appalling job that he could never have and that he's a liar but not a murderer, they're not going to change their mind either. They're going to be like, no, I'm not changing my mind. I'm not convicting someone who I think didn't do it or think that they didn't prove it. No way. Those two viewpoints are not going to shift. The people who have questions and who are still not made up, maybe. But if you've got people who are locked in with yes or no, did he do it? Those are going to be difficult to shift, and you can see those positions not shifting. Do you think Creighton should cross, or someone who could stay level-headed? I don't think Creighton's going to not cross. And we know Creighton's going to cross. He's the one doing the objections. So Creighton is going to take this cross. He wants to. Creighton has been the lead prosecutor and is the lead prosecutor on all of Alex Murdaugh's cases. There's no way he's passing up an opportunity to ask this man all of the things. Can the state now call witnesses from the boat crash who stated he told them to keep quiet? I think it would create a complete circus. I don't think he will. I think he'll bring it up in cross-examination and ask the questions, and then you don't even need to bring the witnesses. He gets to cross the defendant. So you didn't tell Connor Cook this? You didn't tell so-and-so that? And he'll say no, but the question will be out there. He'll address it during cross. Question, is the boat case door open now? The boat case has been something they've asked about. They're not going to prove what he did with obstruction with the boat case. It's going to be asked about in cross. I still think the key sounds like a 911 call is a safe keypad on a safe. It's big tones, my opinion. It sounds like a safe, but there was no safe anywhere. Originally, we thought it was a gun safe, and then we saw the gun room, and it was clearly not a gun safe. Question, why was his head shaved in the initial mugshot when being arrested for the murders? I don't think it's suspicious. He had been to rehab. He had been doing other things, and he had been in custody at that point. When they charged him with the murders, he had already been in custody at that point for a bit. So clippers in custody are a little easier than a regular haircut. So I didn't think it was odd. The guy at the far right on the prosecutor's side keeps looking at his phone. Is he trying to find points to argue from social media? Probably not. He's probably playing Love and Pies. Cleo7 said, y'all, thanks to Emily, we can chat together, all opinions in a safe place. Law nerds, we have the best chat community. I think we do too. The amount of snot and tears turning on and off is a bit strange. There was a lot of facial water happening. He's right. The funerals were Friday. I looked up the obit. I think Didn't we always know the funerals were Friday? They probably shaved his head for the head wound, right? They did not shave his head for the roadside head wound. There's a picture I shared on social media of him in court days after the head wound. His head was not shaved for that. But he didn't wipe bloody fingerprints on his short shirt. Yeah, nowhere. I think the lack of blood is a thing. Why did he get so mad at his own attorneys? I didn't read that as mad at his own attorneys. Chat, please disagree with me. I would love to hear your thoughts. I didn't read it as he was mad at his attorneys. He was mad at SLED and the prosecutors and said it wasn't until my attorneys figured it out. It wasn't until my attorneys proved it that you started shifting, looking at the other clothes. Every time we had a defense, then you came up to me. Every time we had a defense, you came up with a different theory. That's what I thought. Website stuff. All right, let's keep going to questions. What I find super interesting is I don't really see, quote, real tears when he's talking about Mags and Pawpaw, but honest tears speaking about Handsome. There's a lot of grief here for him to talk about because he did lose his dad so close in time. So we are looking at fluctuations in emotion. How you guys read those and how the jury reads those, we'll see. I personally had more of an emotional reaction to Paul's friends, their testimony and some of the other testimony, but the anger rang very true. Jilly Bear, when does AM seem to be alleging the murders occurred? He didn't, and he doesn't have to. Well, at Mom's, and they never asked him. They said, were you anywhere near Paul and Maggie when they were shot? I think that was a bad question from Jim Griffin. Instead of saying, did you know when Maggie and Paul were shot? He said, were you anywhere near them when they were shot? And he said, no. But he's answering Jim Griffin's question. I don't think it was a well-parsed question. But they have not asked him, did you know when Maggie and Paul were shot? His answer would be no, given all this testimony, but they didn't ask. Princess Oreos said, I didn't think he did it. Paul had so many threats, and there were two different guns. I think two guys turned up, and Maggie was just a witness. It's possible, though, with the other testimony. Here's the counterpoint to that. With the other testimony, they're going to say Paul was unpredictable. Nobody knew he was going to be at Moselle that night but his closest friends. You can't just assume that you're going to roll up on Moselle and find Paul there. And I don't know. Do you guys think it was family guns or not family guns? Because the family guns make a big difference. We're curious, are prosecutors allowed to lie like cops are? Thanks for helping us understand. So cops are allowed to use a ruse. They're allowed to say, oh, so-and-so did this and so-and-so did that. Prosecutors are under much different rules because they generally don't serve an investigative function. So you'll see police in interviews say things like, well, your co-conspirator told us this and this and this and this and that. So, you might as well talk to us, which again, police are allowed to use a ruse. So when they say you have a right to remain silent, that is why. But no, prosecutors don't have generally an investigative function, and they are definitely not allowed to lie when they're in court, and they are not leading questioning like that. Marianne said, can I get a shout out to my friend Lisa who is watching today? Marianne's friend Lisa, shout out. I introduced her to your channel. Lisa, you're an amazing human and I love you. I love that we've become a radio show and we're like, call her. Wait, wrong one. Call her. We've got a shout out from Marianne to Lisa. Lisa, you clearly are a bestie. I'm here for it. I'm here for all the shout outs. Question, why can 911 calls be used against people in court? It's their statements. It's a recorded statement that they make. Anyone ever check his kid's phone to trace those threats? Nobody. We have not heard much about the threats. Regarding the clothes, is it fair that SLED changed their approach when they had a presumptive positive test for the blood? I think they should have kept all avenues open, but after they got that video, after August 11th, I think they should have been also looking at the Snapchat video. So that, let's see. Texas 3D said after seeing the Netflix doc with the kids from the boat, there's no doubt he was trying to get folks to be quiet. I haven't seen the Netflix doc yet. I probably won't have a chance to do that for a little bit. But based on the court documents I've seen and the charges I've seen with regard to the boat case, getting people to lie and lying and murdering are still different things. Kim T said, I live on a farm and I feel like I can totally relate to what he's saying about time, habits, entrance onto the property, the heat, not being worried about where someone is when you have chores. Absolutely fair. Absolutely fair. I'm going to do 2 more questions and then we're going to have to roll. I think yesterday's testimony of the law partner where he said he got blood on himself just from walking through the crime scene is powerful. I think so too. I absolutely think so too. I think that was powerful testimony. I'm surprised the defense called that witness yesterday. EDB, you are a lawyer and Alex was too. If this happened to your family, you, if any, would know what not to do on a crime scene. I don't know about that. I don't know. I don't know. I don't think I act rationally when my children get hurt at the park. So I don't know what I would do. Truly. My kids get hurt. Griffin, who we tell not to wear socks going down the stairs, occasionally still wears socks going down the stairs, slipped and just hurt his bum and the back of his back, or his lower back. And I was just like, I do not do well when my children are injured. So I don't know how I would have responded to this. I truly don't know. Sometimes I am very good when there is a crisis related to not my family member. I am here for you. If you've got a crisis going on in your family, I am great, level-headed. I can help, I can fix, I can make phone calls, I can get things together. I can help you plan a funeral. I can hold your hand. I can hold your hair later in the day. I am good. But when it is my own kids, nope, mess. Absolute mess. Absolute mess. Can't. So I don't know. I don't know how I would deal with it. I truly don't. And I don't think lawyering has anything to do with it. So I don't know. And that's the thing with this case, right? When you look at the things he did after finding them, he found them. It's uncontroverted that he found them. It's uncontroverted that that is shocking, whether he did it or not. And so a lot of things, when you're looking at it and he's saying, I wasn't thinking clearly, I believe him. I believe that he wasn't thinking clearly. But some of the jury is going to go, of course he wasn't thinking clearly. He just killed his family. And some of the jury may go, of course he wasn't thinking clearly. He just found his family. And if he's not thinking clearly, how did he get rid of bloody clothes and guns and Maggie's phone and all the rest of it? So for those that are like, I don't think he could have done this, or I don't think he could have done it alone, Maggie's phone and his phone not having steps together is a huge piece of evidence. But for those who think he did it, him lying so much about the dog video is a huge piece of evidence. Him being too clean after saying and maintaining repeatedly that he checked them is a huge piece of evidence. So depending on what you think, there are 2 pieces of evidence. And there we are. And with that, y'all, we are still very much in this case with I don't know where I'm at the end of this morning is with I have questions. And with that, we've got about an hour for lunch right now. I'm going to take it and see what's going on with the website. And I will be back here. Please come join me this afternoon. We're going to be talking through this. This is the greatest chat on the internet. Law Nerds, you are the best, and I appreciate you. Mods, thank you so much for making sure we are free of the bots and the trolls. We appreciate it. We appreciate it. The only bot we allow in the chat is Nightbot because we appreciate the sass. And with that, I will see you after lunch for more of Alec Murdaugh's testimony from the stand. We're here on day 23. This is happening. This is happening. Bye.
You can find all the Law Nerd goodies at lawnerdshop.com. Connect with me on social media at the Emily D. Baker. And don't forget to check out my podcasts, The Emily Show, and the new podcast, Quick Bits, summarizing everything I talk about on my Tuesday and Thursday live streams. You know, when you only have time for just the quick bits.